Director Myers.
Here.
Director Ray.
Here.
Director Williams.
Here.
Director Winnegar. Director Peterson here. And we will move right into the Pledge of Allegiance. That will move right into the study session, but before we do, Superintendent Wise wanted me to make a few remarks about the meeting tonight. Since we don't have any students here and since this is not an actual school setting, we wanted to allow folks to relax the mask policy if they wanted to. So if you wish to take yours off, whether you're eating or not, that's acceptable. For anyone watching publicly, this is not an indication that there is any change in the masking policy in school settings and around students. So that'll be something that'll be addressed later. We are still following all the policies as set by the superintendent. So with that, we'll move into the study session, and I'll turn it over to Superintendent Wise, and we'll move through the pending acquisition of CU South for item number 3.
Great. Thank you, President Peterson. Board of Directors, I want to start off just by acknowledging the number of guests that we have. Our goal in this process, we talk about CU South and the acquisition of property. When we look at the timing of real estate and the process of real estate, especially when you're acquiring something, we did not have the discretion to always dictate the timeline. So as we worked through this fall and even the process that we said at the last 2 board meetings, we had an election. And in an election, we had one board, and we were going to have new board members. We have a new board, even with 1 member, as we heard from last night from Mr. Cook. So first off, again, thank you for providing an opportunity. I think your inboxes of your email were filled. We tried to present you not only all the slide decks, questions and answers, but also some of the memos of due diligence to make sure that we can get you up to speed. And our goal tonight is twofold. Our goal tonight is to create a little more sharing of the questions that have come back to us, give answers both through our staff and also from experts and those directly involved. On top of it, to be a little less formal. We're down here as a study work session to create a dialogue, so asking questions. To everyone out there listening, within the presentation slide deck, you have a link to the questions and answers. Those are also hooked to the website. So while we have many slides, we don't want to go through slide by slide. We do want to call out a few specific slides and make sure that as we have our guests, we kind of do that purposefully, but then also open up to have dialogue within those experts. And keep going on your needs to make sure we can answer not only your questions, but also try to answer those of the community that came into us. So that's our purpose. Up here on the floor, we have Executive Director of Schools, Mr. Danny Windsor, who also works with all of our career technical education, concurrent enrollment, alternative, and schools, and really trying to build those programs for the future. We also have up here Chief Financial Officer, Kate Kataska, as we talk about the operational side and costs and planning out for that as we've done in the past 2 meetings, and we'll continue to be able to answer those questions. And we have Chief Operating Officer Rich Cosgrove. Rich has brought a number of people who partnered with our school district that he'll be able to present and share and allow you to interact with. And then obviously we also have our Chief Legal Officer, Mary Klemesh, that as we get into any of the legal questions on it, we can address also. Okay, as we take a look at a few things, I want to just kind of go back a little bit of the purpose. We have in slides 5 through 11 really kind of pulled some of these slides from the past 2 board meetings. We wanted to explain how the timeline took place, make sure that some of the questions that came into us have already been answered, but we want to make sure that we re-provide those. And our goal is to get as many people the accurate and updated information as possible. So if in doubt, go back to these slides, to these presentations, and that question and answer link, and hopefully it shows everyone's questions that came in and really trying to capture those. We've also tried to share, as we said, enough background information for each of you.
Recording in progress.
We've also tried to share enough background information for each of you, which turning over the formality of last night to be able to receive it, I don't expect you to have been able to necessarily read and know everything, so ask, okay? And then lastly, as we go going through, our whole goal is really to get through, these are the themes that we came up with. Why are we purchasing this? What was the due diligence? There's been questions about prior offers and were there concerns structurally and that type of thing. We'll answer that. The budget and costs, operational now to buy and operational to sustain. The confidentiality clause with the work of CU and Mr. Lineager and Ms. Lineager. Again, that timeline. And then as we get into what programming and options, what's that look like? Not only options within this building, but options within the alternative school and then also within our normal schools, okay? And then lastly, where are we with the master capital plan? What's that look like short-term, long-term? And again, there's the link to the questions and answers. It's also at the end, okay? I'm gonna turn it over to Mr. Windsor a little bit as we get into this. We're gonna purposely go through just a few key things and then get into bringing up Mr. Sieber, Mr. Lay, and Mr. Chadwick, representing the Lineagers, and also CU South, okay?
Well, thanks for the opportunity to speak with you about it. I'll be fairly brief with this, just because I know you guys have all had an opportunity to maybe hear briefly about this as well, but just wanted to remind folks, I think as we look at this conversation tonight, you see in ACC Parker, we are still obviously exploring that option with ACC as there's a process we need to go through with that as well. And so really want to separate that idea of we have the ACC Parker that we're exploring, which really is specifically around our alternative ed school. And so that is something we will kind of set off to the side, and we'll talk about that specifically as that's different programming than what we would have at the Innovation Campus. And so within the Innovation Campus in particular, you saw we were looking at multiple sites. We had a chance to look specifically at the Pine Drive site that we had a chance to see before that was running some pretty significant cost overruns of upwards of $6 million over in programming that was there for a variety of reasons, which you've heard about before. And so really our focus is going to be about looking at what CU South potentially could offer with our students, as the Pine Drive site for innovation was just not going to be an option. So there'd be 0 programs that would be available there. So as we look at the CU South campus, really we're looking at a couple of different phases within the CU South campus to ensure we stay within the financial means that we have. And so within phase 1 of our program, there are 7 programs, which I'll outline here briefly, as well as in phase 2, 3 plus programs. And that plus can represent a lot of different things. That plus really specifically means it could look like we would have a potentially construction program, advanced manufacturing, architecture program, but that plus could also include things such as welding, such as electrical, HVAC, plumbing, that as we dig into that program, we would obviously want to partner with our folks to see which of those areas would be key areas we'd want to be able to develop in that program.
And as we think about this, career technical education, concurrent enrollment is not new planning. This has been going on for quite some time, not only within our district at each of our schools, but also when you look at other districts, neighboring districts, it's a priority in every single one of them. Extensions onto schools, adding into classroom settings, that retrofit on top of centralized locations. Warren Tech, you see different places in which you have access, Pickens Tech, you have the Innovation Campus of Cherry Creek. So when you look at these, this isn't new. The ability to build or purchase and evaluate what's best. As Mr. Windsor said, unfortunately, due to the timeline push out, and then with the commercial costs of landscaping, and then you look at the COVID and construction costs, Parker's not feasible. You cannot do both. And then you look at cost of doing one or the other, and fiscally responsible decision-making doesn't put it as an option. So how we follow through and make it happen, I will say this, I said when one door closes, another one opens. And I think at those times, the opportunities that presented themselves. Early on, we had interest in CU and looking to purchase. And we want to talk a little bit more on that process. When Mr. Lineager got involved, Mr. and Mrs. Lineager really were the driving force. And when we see that opportunity for our school district, and I mean this as a true case, we get going through the details, I want to restate this is a win for Douglas County students, and it's a win for our school district. And in the process of questions that come to us, it's a win for our Board of Education. And when we think about those things, we want to make sure that we show that due diligence so you have the confidence, just as we worked with our previous 7 board members, to instill that same confidence. So I just want you to know on that side, as we do this, I think it's a key piece of understanding career and technical education, the alternative school, past bond and MLOs, but it's going to continue to be a driving force, so we prepare our Douglas County students to be postgraduate ready and more ready for the future.
And I appreciate you highlighting that. I mean, as a district, you know, we look at offering, you know, close to, we've offered upwards of 80 to 90 CTE-based programs. It did go down this past year just because they combined a bunch of the business programs all into one, which made it look like it became smaller, but that has grown significantly, I think, within our district. As we look at some different programming just within this campus, one of the things we really wanted to highlight within this is we wanted to make sure that programming that we're offering in this building was complementary to what we were doing within our schools. Our goal was not to replicate programming from our schools in this facility, and that's something we really wanted to highlight as we went through this process. So as we are looking at things from cybersecurity and robotics, which we do see aspects of that within our school, it's the advanced cybersecurity and robotics that we can offer. As we just walked this campus with ACC just this other day, just around ensuring we could develop intentional partnerships with them to advance and provide concurrent enrollment programming for these students. And so as we look, we really were looking at these were the 7 different areas in phase 1 that we were looking at specifically with nursing. And obviously in partnership, I think, with ACC providing some of the certified nursing assistant programming, as well as CU continuing their bachelor's program that would be there as well, which is a different group of students. That is the CU students, and then we have a separate group of students for Douglas County Schools that would be engaged in that programming. And so we would coordinate those efforts through the nursing agreement to make sure that's accessible for both CU as well as Douglas County Schools in that program. We also have had conversations specifically around different allied health fields that we're looking at, specifically things like physical therapy assistant and medical assistants. And if you look at any of the statistics that are out there around job fields where there are great areas of needs, those are definitely some of the defined areas that we just are missing. So how do we create those intentional pipelines for our community, but also potentially for our partners to train and certify their staff within that? And that's kind of the next step in this process, is to connect with industry to make sure that this is not just for what can industry provide for us, but what can we also provide for industry, which I think is extremely important in this programming as well as we go through that. So we looked at a variety of these different areas, from aviation to renewables, specifically solar technology is what we're looking at. But a lot of this also will be dependent upon, as we dig into the specificity with our post-secondary partners, there could be some minor tweaks within that for certifications and so forth. Phase 2 could include, again, construction, architecture, and advanced manufacturing. And again, like we talked about with construction, that can involve things such as, you know, carpentry, welding, HVAC, electrical. That could be a part of that. The big part that I want to highlight in this idea of how the phasings can be connected with one another is I just want to paint the picture of students in an architecture programming, working with the construction and trades, with the advanced manufacturing, with the renewable, is you talk about truly what that collaboration looks like is what it looks like in industry. We want to make sure that this isn't isolated training for kids. It's about that intentional collaboration amongst folks to be able to build and design products for the end user that would be in the part of that. So that is one area that I just wanted to be able to highlight for you to see what the program was available for our kids, specifically at this campus, but I could go on and on about what this looks like within our schools.
So again, I want to invite up Mr. Chadwick, Mr. Sieber, and Mr. Lay. A little bit is our timeline process. Mr. Lay and Mr. Sieber represent the Lineagers. Mr. Chadwick works and is at CU South in that process. One of the things that Mr. Windsor talked about, and Mr. Chadwick, there's a microphone right there. As each of you speak, if you just turn it up the notch, you'll be on and live. As we talk about CU, and Ms. Meek, I see your Director Meek, I see your hand come up. The one thing that I want to also restate, as we look at the nursing agreement and lease agreement with CU, they've added a lot of their own improvements to the area in which they have nursing. They look to add more within it. So how they add a classroom in their area and bathrooms. They have other classrooms, but they really want to say, how do we make this independent for their own nursing program on top of how do we include now Douglas County students? Their mannequins and simulators are state of the art. And I think Mr. Chadwick talked about that. So I think it's a win-win of the lease agreement and staying CU in that area for their own students, but also the expansion of building our students with CU. As we talked about our partnerships of the concurrent enrollment to get transcripted credit, to have the ability to work with the state-of-the-art simulators and look at the pipeline. The CEO at Skyridge talked about as students get their associate's degree or even in their first year, they'll employ them and start paying for their school. So to go in and pay the tuition as they finish that up and also fill a need, and it's a desirable program that we have students on waiting lists throughout. So I just want to call that out. That's been a question we've had about do we have to pay for the equipment? Is it staying, and why are we doing a lease agreement with CU? When we have that, it's a great opportunity. And we have a number of our graduates that naturally attend all the CU campuses, and it is now one that continues in our backyard with greater opportunity. So, gentlemen, I'm gonna yes, Director Meek.
I'm not sure everyone knows who Mr. and Mrs. Lineker are, and I know you've mentioned their names a couple of times, so it might just be helpful to explain.
You got it. So the question is, if we can explain a little bit who Mr. and Mrs. Lineker are. The Lineagers, and I think I'll probably also defer to Mr. Sieber and Mr. Lay, who can speak more firsthand. The Lineagers are a Douglas County family. They live here. They have started many successful business ventures, most notably RE/MAX. And so when you look at the opportunity to success, but not only that, you look at the sanctuary, and you look at the impact into Douglas County. The giving and donations which they've had over the years, including setting up the wildlife experience for an educational museum purpose for our kids in our community. The gifting to CU, and then really taking charge to direct where Mr. and Mrs. Lineker wanted this building to go for the future. When you look at their impact on our community and their continued impact, that's a piece of who they are. And I really will let Mr. Sieber jump in a little bit and really share a little bit more about the Lineagers on top of the timeline piece of what's taken place, a little bit of the contractual side, which also gets into some of the questions we had of why didn't we hear anything more from July until October, the confidentiality side of it. And each of them can explain a little bit of perspective because they were firsthand representing their entities.
I've known Mr. and Mrs. Lineker for many years. They've been very generous to the community and to the whole society. Dave and Gail formed RE/MAX some 30 years ago, and it's now currently on the New York Stock Exchange. And of the many things he's done, when he built Sanctuary, that is built 100% for charity. They have weddings and bar mitzvahs and birthday parties and so on, which supports it. But every dollar raised at the Sanctuary goes to the charity. There's no deduct on anything. I think they've assisted Douglas County in the racetrack facility off of 85. And I've known Dave and Gail for many years before when he was just starting RE/MAX. But being a real estate broker, I was too smart to realize it would work. Big error. But they've been very generous. They've done everything that's been asked of them, basically, and their intent was when they built as Corey said, when they built the wildlife experience, it was an educational museum. Over the years, museums have kind of faltered, and it was that time the decision was made to keep it an educational facility, and it was in fact donated to CU. And I think that's about what I can say. I think they're very generous people, and they've been very good citizens. On my background, I've been a Douglas County resident for 54 years and have contributed to Douglas County School District and taxes because all 5 of my girls went here.
Thank you. First of all, I'm David Chadwick, Director of Real Estate for the University of Colorado System. So I'm another real estate guy. Hopefully I can answer a lot of your questions related to the real estate. But as it relates to the building, as John Sievers said, the Lineagers were very generous and donated it to CU at the end of 2014. CU had a vision for that facility and really put a lot of resources into the building to make that vision real, to the tune of over $20 million, including $6 million in just improvements to the building itself. But a lot of the programs that were envisioned there just didn't materialize. And so we had a 175,000 square foot building that was very successful in training up to 100 nurses, but that's about it. That's a lot of money to spend on training 100 nurses. And so the decision was made about a little over a year ago that we should look for a way to monetize that very generous gift, try to recoup some of the investment that the university had made into the facility, and see what we could do to continue having a presence in Douglas County, but not at the kinds of costs that we were incurring. And so we went out to market with the property at the beginning of the year. We had an offer that was very attractive. We got very close to having a binding purchase and sale agreement for that, with that buyer. But the day after the Board of Regents approved moving forward with that offer, the offer was withdrawn. And so we more broadly marketed the property after that. We engaged JLL, which is the state of Colorado's real estate brokerage firm, and we're required to use them. And through that process, we worked with the school district as well as other potential buyers, submitted a request for offers at the end of July. Those offers came in August. Mr. Lineagers' offer, Mr. and Mrs. Lineagers' offer, was the strongest of all of those offers. Their intent was certainly to include the school district in the purchase of the building, but there was no guarantee of that. And so our Board of Regents approved moving forward with a purchase and sale agreement with the Lineager family. We allowed the Lineagers to be able to assign that contract if they so chose, and the Douglas County School District would have been one of those entities which they could assign it to without our approval. Our Board of Regents approved the sale to the Lineagers in mid-October. I think we executed the purchase and sale agreement by the 1st of November, and that purchase and sale agreement provided for 90 days of due diligence by the Lineagers, and that was really the only contingency related to the offer. The other offers that we received, and there was one or two that may have been slightly more in terms of purchase price, but we factored in not only the purchase price, but also the fact that it was a quick close, 90 days. That was quick, certainly in comparison to the other offers that were received, but also the fact that the College of Nursing could remain in the facility. It was going to be really expensive, actually, to move them into other space that we would rent in this area, but that was a significant factor, as well as the financial wherewithal of the Lineagers. There was no financing contingency, as the other offers had. But also we had some continuing obligations related to the former museum and the art collection that's in the building. And those obligations would continue should we sell that property to another buyer. The Lineagers were willing to terminate that obligation. That again had significant economic value. So all in all, we felt we had the best economic value by accepting the offer that the Lineager family had made in August.
Couple direct questions that have come to us, and any of the three of you can feel free to jump in and share more. In this process, confidentiality agreement that was between CU and the Lineagers. This is a commercial real estate piece, and that happens at times, but it's a contractual binding piece that, as we might be that transaction piece of transferring that over, we were bound to it. But can you speak a little bit more about what a confidentiality agreement is, what it serves, probably with value or serving that piece of piece. And then the last part is extension. We've had the question of could we extend it and push this back further? So in the process of negotiating timeline, even when you say it was a quicker close, what you're looking for, what your needs were of value. We've had the question of is the artwork and museum going to have to stay? Are we bound by those things? Or is the autonomy passed on in transaction of ownership? And I can speak to those and answer those, but I think directly from the sources, maybe is there that, and feel free to jump in with any other specific questions, but these are ones that I think you have all seen, and we also want to address directly.
You bet, and you may have to repeat some of those questions. First of all, as it relates to the confidentiality agreement, it's very common in all the real estate transactions in which I've been involved that there's confidentiality between buyer and seller. University of Colorado is obviously a public institution. This information goes to our Board of Regents, but in the early stages of the negotiations, it's all done in executive session. Once the board approved the transaction, then the terms become public. But during that period of negotiation, particularly because we had received other offers, we were reviewing 6 offers at the same time that we were reviewing the Lineagers offer. If we had disclosed the terms that we had been proposed by the Lineagers or anyone else, and for whatever reason negotiations stalled or failed with the Lineagers, that information out there could potentially impact our ability to get the highest value for the asset. And so that's why the purchase and sale agreement had that confidentiality agreement. But also, once the agreement was signed, the buyers, the Lineagers in this case, had full access to all of the due diligence materials related to building operations, programmatic stuff, operating costs. That's information that we also wanted to keep confidential. Again, we're a public institution, that information is out there, but we don't want it shared by people who don't necessarily have the need to have it or understand it without outside of context. So that's really the reason for the confidentiality. It's very typical in any transaction that I've been involved in.
The formality piece of that is once it went to the Board of Regents is when the confidentiality opened or changed, and that's when you started to see our work of working with the committees, really presenting more information and getting out there. We were able to, within the due diligence period, Rich Cosgrove and experts, as we'll get to in the operational side of due diligence, looked at everything within the building. Okay, everything structural and everything else, we'll get to that in a little bit. Going back to a bit of the extension. So within this contract and negotiating between the Lineagers and CU, the question is, why do we have to do this by December 15th? Can it be extended? Could it have been in the first place? Why didn't we negotiate in the beginning to do this? So as we talk about how the contract was formed and your timeline of the why December 15th, and are you willing to extend that, could you please share a little more on that side?
You bet. So as I said, we reviewed 6 offers simultaneously after we issued the call for offers. The Lineager offer was not the greatest in terms of purchase price, but there were a lot of reasons it gave us more value. And one of those reasons was the quicker close. A 90-day close versus, in some cases, 6 months, 9 months that were proposed. We are continuing to pay the freight to operate the building, even though the building's virtually empty now that we aren't having classes there. Our second cohort of nursing students finished their semester in September, and so the building has been vacant, but we're still paying maintenance, we're still paying security, we're still paying for our building engineers, the service agreements that we have on the property, and so that's costing us. And you saw in the proposed budget, $1.4 million a year. That's when it's fully operational, but even empty, it's not that far off. Call it $100,000 a month that we're paying for an empty building. So it was very important to us in factoring in our decision to accept the Lineager offer that they had just a 90-day close. And so we are not willing to extend at this point. Certainly if there is an extension, it would come at a price if we were able to agree on an extension. Anyone want to comment on that?
On the agreement that was originally signed between the Lineagers and CU, we had a confidentiality agreement in that transaction. When the school district wanted to inspect the building, we had to have an access agreement. And in that, that agreement made the confidentiality a tri-party program. CU, the Lineagers, and when the school district signed the access agreement, they became part of the original contract because it was just an extension. So there was no way that would be broken. And as David said, that's very traditional in any commercial transaction.
And then I can ask questions or answer questions, but then I think the final question, or one of the questions, had to do with the artwork and the continuing obligations. So when the Lineagers and the Wildlife Experience donated the building to the University of Colorado, The building contained an extensive art collection, which many of you have probably seen. It's very, very valuable, but the wildlife experience retained ownership of that, and CU had the obligation to continue to display it, to store it, provide office space for the wildlife experience staff, their curator, the people who take care of the exhibit. And the gift agreement required CU to continue to have that obligation, but in another location if we were to ever sell the building or change our programming model there. It's a very expensive proposition to move the collection, maintain the collection, even find space. It's the gallery itself is 7,000 feet. The storage area is 7,000 feet. That's 14,000 square feet of space we would have to find somewhere. But again, through the negotiation with the Lineager family in the purchase of the building, we said it was very important that we be relieved of that obligation, and the Lineager family and TWE, the Wildlife Experience, have agreed to allow us to terminate that obligation. That obligation does not follow with the school district. John and John can address the plans for the collection, but it is not going to be an obligation of CU or the school district to continue to store and display.
If anyone wants an elephant, we have one.
I think I'd like to share 3 items with you just for your own edification. I think number one, without Mr. Lineager stepping in, I think that this would have been lost as an educational facility for Douglas County. It was a very creative meeting that we were involved in, where it appeared that it was going to go to perhaps one of these other 5 offers. And Mr. Lineager stepped in and basically said, I really want this to continue in Douglas County. I want it to be an educational facility. He was very matter of fact about the fact that the museum concept had become somewhat dated and was not as vigorous as he wanted it to be. This is despite the fact that probably something on the order of $60 to $80 million had been invested in the building and in the property. And then secondly, I think that he has an ongoing desire for Douglas County to be a very special place, not only for the residents, but for the current generation and future generations as it relates to just education generally. And his vision, which I'm sure you've heard from other discussions, is that Douglas County would be a magnet location for not only K through 12, but K through 16 or K through 18, as it relates to getting people on the cutting edge of what is transpiring in terms of what I would describe as the classic schoolroom to career. And then I think the final piece is that I believe Mr. Lineager will continue to be generous to the county and will be generous to this facility. And that's not meant to be any kind of a specific suggestion, but I can tell you categorically that having formerly served as the president of this institution, having met with him a number of times, he's looking to preserve what he considers to be a real asset for the county. And I really do believe, as I think it's been said earlier, this is a win-win not only for those of you that are representing the constituency in the county, but for future generations of children.
And John, why don't you give them a rundown just on the general area of the business climate, which could ultimately affect the Douglas County School District?
Well, over my career, the center of the business community of the Denver metropolitan area has probably moved from somewhere on the other side of I-225, certainly closer to Colfax than to 225, to now being pretty much in the middle of the Denver Tech Center. And I think one of the really gifted thoughts in this process is that not only would someone that's looking to get a baccalaureate degree or continuing education, but also somebody that for whatever reason decides that they want to be a plumber or they want to be an electrician, they want to be an entrepreneur. This is kind of taking a slice out of what you would expect in a community like Palo Alto or a community like Albany, New York, where they're kind of looking down the road, not only with regard to some of the more gifted students already. I mean, I consider Douglas County to be one of the top school districts in the state of Colorado already, but this is the kind of thing that down the road I think you're going to read about in the New York Times or perhaps other institutions that are trying to replicate what this can become. Again, I think it's a unique opportunity, and I just would encourage you to ask those tough questions because we're prepared to answer them.
Couple quick questions. When DU approached when DCSD, my daughter goes to DU, approached CU early in the year and that offer was rejected, what was the main reason for that rejection directly from the district?
That offer was significantly less than the offer we had received earlier in the year. It's not an apples to apples comparison, but it was significantly less. We had not actively marketed the property at that point, and so we felt we had the fiduciary responsibility to attempt to get something closer to what that original offer that had been accepted was.
Two quick follow-ups there. Is the potential previous owner of the property, what would you say the lessons learned would be that you would pass on to the district? We've had the wildlife experience try, and you mentioned the phasing out of museums. We've had CU try with this property and is now, for the reasons you described, passing it on. What does the district need to be aware of, and what do we absolutely need to avoid so we don't become the next transient in this property?
It's interesting that you asked that question because one of my projects directed by the Regents is to put together lessons learned because while it was a very generous gift, we invested quite a bit of money in trying to make that vision work, and it did not work. One of the lessons learned would certainly be to form partnerships with other entities and not try to go it alone. I think that what the staff here is attempting to do with partnering with others in the community, other schools, makes a lot of sense. I think we put a lot of, I'm going to say, dedicated a lot of overhead to one specific asset that was hard to absorb through the tuition. Really, the events and catering business carried itself, right? But it didn't really supplement the operations of the building or the programs, the other programming that took place there. We attempted to continue to operate the museum. And as John said, the museum, people would go once, they didn't necessarily want to go again. It took a lot of resources to operate the museum. You're getting this, without the museum operations. There are no expectations to operate that. I also think that the academic program that took place there, nursing was successful. We had 75 to 100 students in each semester. That worked. Business, 35 students. We had an executive MBA program. We had 35 students, but we had a 175,000 square foot building that we had to operate. It didn't make sense to have 35 business students, 75 nursing students. So I think trying to broaden the academic programming that would take place certainly makes sense. The vision initially, when CU decided to accept the gift, was to also work with the local businesses to perform or create continuing education, professional certification programs. That never materialized. I think there was a lot of thought that would happen, but a lot of the companies down here have their own internal programs to that. I think there was a lot of thought that those companies down here would also rent the facility. That didn't happen. We had a lot of community groups and weddings and Christmas parties and those sorts of things, but not a lot of corporate symposia, corporate conferences. So I think just being realistic about what the revenue projections are would be one lesson learned, and having an exit strategy. We did not have an exit strategy. We didn't have, I'm going to say, a lot of sensitivity analysis on our assumptions, both on the revenue side and the expense side. The expense side we pretty much hit, except for the overhead, primarily, personnel. Those would be the primary lessons learned, but when I finish my document, I'm going to be interviewing a lot of people who are involved in the acquisition, but I'm sure there'll be more lessons learned. Okay.
I think I would have 4 other items to add. I would not go back into the taxidermy business. I would stay away. I would stay away from an international COVID crisis. I think that it's fair to say that we've seen much more activity out of the Douglas County school staff on an ongoing basis over the year that we've been dealing with them than we saw in the previous 6 or 7 years. And that's not meant to be a slap at CU, but I think that there's some really focused due diligence that's been done. The fact that CU is based in Boulder, and with the possible exception of our friend here who is wearing out the highway between Castle Rock and Boulder.
CU is not based in Boulder.
Well, but the larger issue is, and the final comment is that I think it's critical that you have the kind of alliances that I think are already starting to form. We've had a number of meetings, obviously, with CU. We've had a number of meetings with DU. I can tell you categorically that DU has interest in doing some specific events, largely because of the good meetings that they've had. And I also believe that we can get into the businesses in the corridor in a way that has not yet been achieved, working with entities like Denver South, working with entities like the county commissioners in the several areas. This is not an easy success, but by the very nature of the kinds of critical mass that the Douglas County School Board is talking about, I think more than the 30 students in the MBA program or the several groups of nurses, I think that you can get to a critical mass, which ultimately leads to a break even. When it was a museum, Mr. Lineager was feeding this about $100,000 a month. In the time frame that CU has been working there, it's been pretty much the same number. And so I think if there's a question to the financial folks here is, how can we reduce the break even, and how short term can the hockey stick growth curve be consumed by real dollars flowing in?
And I think it's only fair to say, excuse me, John Lay and I were trustees of the museum from the time it opened. So we're pretty familiar with some of the operations that we had. And one of the most successful one was our catering business. We have the great room, we had sit-down dinners for 550 people. White tablecloth sit-down dinners. It was very, very successful for us. In our absence of 7 years, just go through the paper in the business section and look at the number of new companies that have moved into Denver. Schwab, the dialysis company, just to mention a few. Vanity Fair, VF Industries. So that's a market that I think could be investigated and worked upon. And I think you probably have some sort of a manual arts program for food service people. And one of the reasons we were interested in DU is they have a hospitality program. And I think that could be a great asset, a good intermingling.
You know, a bit of what we've shared, and I want to continue to share, and we'll get into the operational side, finance. It might be a good transition. We talked about doing the operational for the due diligence, but since we talked about how do we finance this, when we look at how we fill that building, Mr. Cosgrove and our team has done a great job about, we have student dedicated areas. We have areas that are multi-available. The number of functions that we have in our school district that can fill the space of the theater, the culinary arts and catering programs, let alone in the big banquet room. That in itself of a 64,000 person school district and community and the number of events that we have. A little bit different than when you have a university that's really trying to run a nursing program. So when you look at the entity of our size, on top of our partnership with CU, I will say this, as we made that first offer for CU, it was low. We knew it was low. It also didn't have the ability to change the arts and other entities that were required and put onto CU. When Mr. Lineager took the initiative, Mr. and Mrs. Lineager took the initiative, they're removing that. They're removing that from CU's contract, and they're removing that from us moving forward. So we have autonomy of the building. We have ownership of the building. But I think we also have an extremely important family who is very well networked to build in more resources to support the success of this. And that created the opportunity with two other institutions. We met with DU chancellor and deans. Mr. Ritchie, who's a big part of DU, has great interest in looking at programming. Now we're gonna build this on our own cost. But when you look at the potential partnerships, others buying into the opportunity to grow their programs, might invest into it. I think that's going to help us. But we can sustain this on our own, because if we move up our learning service department, that's the department that provides curriculum, instruction, assessment, professional development for our own staff in a centrally located place that can hold people. You look at that central administration question. It's a focused, purposeful piece. We're spread out in 16 different sites. We have our learning services, our support services where we haven't been able to be together. And we have people tripled up into offices, 3 people in an office. And these offices are more like closets. While we have good buildings, we have the potential to take a look at what we have, look at purposeful centralization of adults, because when you have kids in the building and different people coming in and out of your building, you want to have enough adults there to supervise, and then also provide the training of our own teachers and invest in our own people. So I just want you to know, not only look in the rental piece, we look at the hospitality. So as DU entered into this, when you talk about the hospitality side, we have great Pro Start. We have opportunities for catering. We're sending kids out into industry ready to get jobs, but this is now another level. This is upper tier. This is running a business. This is running these things. So as we are kids in those programs, on top of when you take a look at the entrepreneurship and business side with DU, that's where we're entering into what are our next steps. And we want to build those. The other piece that came into it, ACC has had a building at our Chaparral Parker campus. They've had it since early 2000s. When you look at that side of that small campus, and as they partner with CSU at the Sturm campus here in Castle Rock and the success they've had, they too have a vision of building bigger programs, centralized locations. That small campus has served a good purpose for them, but they also have desires of Sturm 2 and being a part of this entity. That being said, that opportunity to look at an alternative setting and to have a building that's already established, cheaper cost, and very much fits a need is where we want to take that into the next month of our next hopeful acquisition. So when you look at that master capital planning, the strategy of repurposing and how we use things, it only makes a lot of sense. And if this building would have presented itself with the Lineagers, I'm not so sure that we'd have that opportunity. So I think on that end, it's a neat partnership where you're building in access for kids, access to programming, and associate's degrees, bachelor degrees, extensions off to work, but also then a great separate building for alternative schools, which we'll get to. So I'm sure you have questions on some of the cost. Feel free to jump in with more. I'm going to let Ms. Kataska talk a little bit of the finance side of operational, and then we can get also the structural side as we go.
Yeah, one last question before we move to finance and physical conditions, just for the group that was in the contracting, and this is a pretty popular question we got. Is there anything in the contract that would in any way hamper DU from an exit strategy? Is there any restrictions on the sale, the use, if we had to sell it? Anything that would some way tie or bind DCSD's either ownership and use of the building or potential sale in the future?
So I want to clarify. You said DU's exit. You meant DCSD's
I'm sorry,
exit.
DCSD.
Yep.
Yeah,
I just want to make sure.
By the way, my daughter's a hospitality management major at DU and loves it. So.
Yep. So I'm going to speak to this, and I'm also going to let the 2 individuals that are representing the Lineagers talk more. But in all reality, I do believe this is a win for our entire district. This isn't about one board or the other board. This is about timing of an acquisition that I think sets Douglas County Schools and Douglas County up for the future. I do believe, as we said, the opportunity for us to establish this just on our own, let alone with partnerships that we already have, let alone future higher education partnerships. Higher education is most unrepresented in Douglas County. Even ACC, which is a great partner, is location-wise not convenient for everybody. So that's why we built in concurrent enrollment CTE within our buildings. And we want to continue that. We will continue that. But to have a centralized campus to build higher education that is a larger partner, CU is going to be beneficial to have more of our kids in their system. DU gets advantage of having our kids in their system tuition-based, transcript-based. ACC the same way. So on that end itself, I think it's going to take us way into the future. Now, at the same time, in reality, we could turn around and sell the building in a year. But I will tell you, our legacy and what we want to do, we are not here to go for the profit or here for everything else. We're here to say, how can we make this a great educational facility, a great Douglas County facility with multiple options and programs as we go. And it's going to help a number of options and opportunities for us.
There are no restrictions on the contract whatsoever. Excuse me, we did have them with CU, but there are no restrictions on anything. And keep in mind the location of it, and it's 14.2 acres. which is a great size in addition, just the land alone. But there are no restrictions whatsoever in the contract.
Part I want to highlight as well too, just specifically around exit strategies and all these things, as well as I wanted to also just highlight the demand we're seeing within our school district. And this is something I think is really important when we start talking about the number of students that are intentionally accessing concurrent enrollment in CTE and work-based learning within our district. So as you look at this, and I could have gone back a couple of years more, and that number was is significantly less. But if you just look at the programming over the last few years, and again, I'll put a little bit of a caveat because there's this thing called the pandemic that happened last year. That was a bit of a challenge with having certified teachers teach CTE and concurrent enrollment, as we had 7,000 students doing online learning as well. So as we look at just the progression alone, in actually 2016-17, that number for concurrent enrollment was around like 1.5 million. We just signed off on a check for our first semester of concurrent enrollment being at $1.8 million, which would project us almost at 3.7 million. So as you look at this between 5 years ago to where we are now, it's easily doubled in the sense of kind of what the demand is for our kids. And that's actually going from really a flat or declining enrollment, as we've seen as a district as we've gone through this. And so as we look at the programming needs, we know that we can't just be okay with students just graduating from Douglas County schools. And I even hate to say the word just graduating, because that has to be the minimum for all of our students here in Douglas County, period. The goal for us is make sure that, one, they can persist either into the workforce with certification and persist onto year 1 to year 2, year 3, and graduate within a 4 to 6 year period. I mean, just to give you some context, at the national level of looking at the statistics around educational statistics, they even stopped tracking students graduating from college in 4 years. It's now only tracked at 6 years. And that's the part that, as you start thinking about, is we can't just say, we hope you do well when you leave. We absolutely have to equip our students with certifications, experiences, college credit to ensure they can successfully persist. This data flat out says we've invested in our kids at a significant rate. That is there, where even students have graduated with associate's degrees this past year, during a pandemic this past year as well. So just so you have a visual, we have seen our students at a significant rate have that demand to that point that I think as CU is trying to funnel that programming. We're very fortunate that we'd have upwards of 10 programs we could funnel through with 65,000 kids going through that programming to do it complementary with our schools while ensuring kids are getting industry certification as well too.
Mr. Windsor, sorry to interrupt, but I did want to, can you talk a little bit about these numbers and what it actually means, how it's developed and what it means to our families and our school district?
So to give a little bit of an idea is the developing program just doesn't magically happen. As we've noticed, there's been a shortage of teachers that we've all been looking at within nationwide, not only here in Colorado. And so one, it's not only attracting and retaining great teachers here that we really spent a significant time on, but also ensuring that we attract and retain those teachers and also credential them to be able to teach these potential programs. To get a teacher CTE certified is a significant investment our teachers are making in this programming that are providing our students these opportunities. Concurrent enrollment requires certain certification and additional programming. Just alone this past year, we sent 14 teachers through ACC, really through CSU's virtual program, paid for them to be able to get certified, to retain them here to help teach concurrent enrollment classes for our students, which gives our students to earn guaranteed transferable credit to go off to college. So that number of 3 million right there that is sitting up there, that's exactly the dollar amount our families saved in this district. And that number where I said 1.8 million, we could project out to 3.6 or 3.7 million, that goes directly back to our families saving those exact dollars. Industry certifications for our students that walk away, those are things that are getting paid for within our district as well too, that is happening as early as freshman year for our kids to earn these certifications as well. Those are the things, as you look at the programs and offerings that are there, it's our principals, it's our amazing teachers that are spending the time and effort that is in our industry, and our post-secondary partners working with us to be able to do this work. That's where DU, CSU, ACC, CU are all integral in this process to ensure as we're going to increase these programs. This is the back end work we're trying to do to ensure all of our students have access to these courses in our neighborhood high schools, But the reason why this innovation campus is so mightily important, go ask a high school principal and Mr. Abner to go find a nurse to teach a nursing class in a facility in your school. It won't happen. And so with CU, and part of the agreement that's there is they're willing to provide nurses for us to teach those classes where we don't have to find the unicorn teachers that are there. And those are the partnerships that we're trying to do. So it is a lot of work behind the scenes to develop those programs. But for our families, they are directly saving significant dollars and also equipping their students with industry certifications, college credits to graduate in a shorter period of time to increase those opportunities for kids to earn associate's degrees and so forth moving on. Does that help, Mr. Abner?
Quick follow-up to that. You talk about all our students being able to access this, and central location is key. Any improvements we can do in the future in transportation will be key. Obviously, the physical ability to access it. What are plans? And I think we've got 2 of our 3 designated tracks in the district really well covered here, post-secondary, career vocational entry and military service. There's a 4th, I think, hidden track there, which is independent living and self-advocacy for our special needs students. When we say all students will be able to access specifically the CTE, are we looking forward to special needs students having access to that? Things similar to, say, a Wellspring program. And we know that there is CTE programs out there that are specifically designed to cater to our special needs students and prepare them for what's next in life. Is that a consideration as well?
So I'm gonna also make sure that we build in Sid Rundle, our.
Yeah, thank you. I made a promise that I would never talk behind Director Meek's back, but I'm going to break that promise. So, what I'll share with you is, first off, I'll share with you that to tell you how ironclad the confidentiality clause was this is fairly new information to cabinet members as well. So I would be ingenuous if I told you there was a plan in place, because right now my mind, I'm just smiling because the questions are being asked, right? Because the questions are coming in. What about the 11% of the students in this school district that deserve state-of-the-art programming, state-of-the-art facilities, state-of-the-art instructional opportunities, particularly those who are most at risk for career readiness, for entering the job market. We're talking about special education, special needs students. And so the fact that we're talking about it is the most important thing to me right now. My interest is very, very much in saying, oh my goodness, give me an opening and I will insert, in fact, just give me the whole building. And I've got grand plans for what we could accomplish and what we could do. No question, we have glaring needs. For a district our size, our physical space limitations are just a constant barrier to us. And so, there is a little bit of the domino effect of, at this point, if we were to acquire this phenomenal property and we were to move some programs into it, the domino effect of, well, that opens a spot at Chaparral High School, or that opens something else over here. Yeah, I want to be in on all of those conversations, but there's no question in my mind. I think the other thing I want to clarify as well is the current and existing CTE programs, CE programs, service a great number of students on IEPs. So I think we can get into a little bit of a false narrative that it's general education CTE students versus needs of special needs students. There's a huge overlap there. So I guess I see this as a huge win. This is going to expand the already current opportunities.
I think the big part is, one is we have an over ask from our students, which I even hate to even say out loud, that we can't provide in our schools. That is something that's not okay. And I think that's where this program comes into the opportunity, where the Pine Drive piece made me hold my breath to say this was going to limit potentially 700 students not having access to this type of programming at a minimum. And that's where I think for us is we can't say that's okay for not even one kid to be able to do that. But I think to Mr. Rendell's point in particular is one, CTE programming, we made a $15 million investment in that, which still didn't meet the demands of where our kids are at with wait lists. When I walked into this district 15 years ago, we had hundreds of thousands of dollars we were sending out of our district to neighboring districts because they could run programs. That is not a good model of learning. Could this program eventually allow other folks to be able to take on programming here in Douglas County? Yes. Are we going to service our students first? Yes, as we go through this process. So what we want to make sure we understand is, one, we're going to continue to advance programming within our schools and continue to provide this opportunity of programming that's nearly impossible due to space as well as staffing for this type of programming. We're really, when you look at the investment that CU made alone in the kitchen that was there of $500,000 just alone in equipment that is sitting there for our kids. That is something that when a kid walks out and walks into industry, as you can tell with restaurants closing that are not available, the hospitality management, as you know very well, we have to create that pipeline for our community. We can no longer just simply say that, again, you graduate and then not invest in our community through that talent pipeline. If our kids are learning that at a junior year that is there a strong likelihood they're going to go do that as far as a job here in Douglas County? There's a really strong likelihood that could occur. We want to make sure we equip those students to be successful while they do that.
The last thing, as we get into the finance and the operational side, we can fill the building and still have space to make sure we're making the right decisions moving forward. We do have the bridge program in multiple settings. But to say we have a quick answer, let's evaluate and say, what are our services? What are our needs? Where should that be? Before we just say they should go to CU South. But I think in that process, we have opportunities. We can look at all of our properties. We can look at our assets, and we start to evaluate what's our short-term, long-term. Hence, when we start talking about phase two is not necessarily dependent on a bond and MLO. We have a number of different possibilities in which to expand the programming to determine what's best in each location. So I think as you take a look at it, this creates a great opportunity to evaluate, assess, and plan for short-term, long-term, and phase this in, which is the right way to go about it, knowing that we can afford now and long-term with our phase one plan. Okay, so I think that's a piece that as the questions come out, we've tried to answer in the past ones, but we can get into that side. Continue to ask questions. I'd like to transition a little bit to the finance, sustainability, and cost, and then to the operational side, if that's okay.
Thank you. I think I asked before, are we able to look at the number of students that leave our district to access programming? And is that something that we're going to take into account as we're planning? And one of the programs I've had parents come to me and talk about is teaching the autism community trades, TACT. It's for autistic students, and I think there's a demand for it that even our students here can't get into outside programs. And so are we able to analyze what is the demand around those types of programs as well?
Absolutely. I think one of the things we look at in particular is part of any CTE programs is actually we're required to follow up actually with those students a year later in that programming. So with CTE programming, yes, it's actually something we authentically build in actually into our programming. We also then do follow as far as students with industry certifications, as well as persistency and matriculation data that we get through the National Student Clearinghouse as well, which informs us over that period of time. So yes, we can. From a tax standpoint, I don't know if you want to add anything, Mr. Rundle, to that.
Yeah, really all I was going to add to that is, if we've got 2 kids in the district, we have a demand. And I think that's where we need to put our focus is that we know we have the ability and the will to do some of the state-of-the-art programming that requires highly specialized facilities, highly specialized staff, highly specialized skills for students that are most vulnerable. It's just been so doggone frustrating not having the physical spaces to begin to really imagine those. And so I don't think we would have any problem finding all kinds of uses and needs once we have the physical capacity to build out. I would also throw in there, I think I'd be remiss if I didn't say it. I do think this is one piece of a much larger jigsaw puzzle, right? I think there's a much longer long-term goal here in terms of continuing to develop our facilities, to continue to ramp up our programs, particularly for our special education students. I'm going to be the biggest proponent for a bond, in the near future, because I think it's one thing to get it started. It's another thing to really carry it through and to continue to resource it and build it out, which is what I hear the vision would be with CU South for sure.
Well, and I think that gets to the partnerships needs, and you know me, I'm always talking about partnerships, but I think even with other school districts that want to come together, and I feel like that's such an important part of maximizing this opportunity.
The unique opportunity in this is, and it was a conversation we even just had yesterday with ACC, and it's been a conversation with I think CU, is this has to be done in partnership, and obviously it's been a conversation we've had with multiple institutions, knowing that we need to create these really streamlined opportunities for families to access these different partnerships, whether it's going straight into 2-year, 4-year, or other workforce or industry certification opportunities for our kids. And so it's nice to talk about these things in despite of the last 18 months that we've gone through. Probably get a little giddy just because it's been a lot of management of stuff, but it's really nice to talk about leading about next steps in this work.
As we're talking about special programs, one of the questions that also came up, excuse me, is our alternative high school that we want to place in the Chaparral building. A question came up, why not place that in the wildlife experience? Can we talk about that a little bit?
Thank you for the clarity on that. I'm actually very fortunate. We have Miss Leanne Hand, our principal over here for the alternative education campus. Really to be very clear, and I appreciate the clarity, is they are not one and the same, and the programs are significantly different in the sense of students they would be serving that is there. So specifically for alternative education school, it would be servicing 150 students specifically with defined curriculum around project-based learning, work-based learning, and entrepreneurship being at the core of there. That student schedule is significantly different, support structure is different, and staffing, how students are served looks significantly different, and that isn't done by just adding a couple of classrooms. There's 20 plus classrooms that are identified in the ACC Parker campus as we keep exploring that. That is absolutely defined and needed, up to 20 some odd thousand square feet to do that, as well as what that looks like. The last thing we want to do is just to say our alternative education students are an afterthought, therefore we'll throw you in a building. Our alternative education students deserve to be invested in, period. The facility we're looking at within our ACC Parker campus is really intentional, very strategic around staff that we're hiring and creating an environment where they have a chance to be successful. Ms. Hain has spent a significant amount of time preparing programming, which I'm very proud of, the amount of work that she's done to prepare that specific programming to serve the alternative education needs for our students. In no way, no how would it make any sense to have our alternative education school just be thrown in there and students to be thought of as an afterthought in that programming.
You know, we also, in questions, concerns, also a lot of statements of support. A comment that was made that I think hit on exactly what we have talked about, and with Mrs. Hand, and honestly, when we talk about alternative education, just the title itself at times can take on a negative context. When you look at each of our alternative schools, they're providing a unique educational experience, but it's an equivalent, and at times you could gauge it as stronger. Each of our schools that I walk into take pride that we do it the best, right? I say that also when we say any of our settings, DC Oaks, Eagle Academy, EDCSD, our new setting. So I think it's a great idea to say, do we still want to continue to call it alternative education? Do we want to envision a different name for what the services and product that it actually creates? So I want, that was one of the questions or things that came in, so to address that, when you listen to what we provide at each of those settings, it's not an alternative setting. It's a school. And each building creates its culture, its climate, and it creates its success of its outcomes of our students. So I think even in the context of what we title it, I want us to be very careful of understanding that it is a school and we hit the content and the graduation requirements of Douglas County schools. And those kids go off to postgraduate opportunities of military, of work, of college, and so when you look at that side, it might, each class a student takes looks a little bit different, let alone if you go to a setting, you might have a different purpose and way about it. And that's true in our private schools, our charter schools, our neighborhood schools, our alternative schools, our online schools within all of Douglas County.
Thank you.
Are we officially on finance now? All righty. So I think it's important that we take a little bit of a step back, and you hear Mr. Windsor and folks talking about all the programming. This is not a new need. We have identified this years ago and years in the making that this was something that we as a district needed, a facility of this type to be able to accommodate these types of programs. So when we're sitting here tonight, we're not talking about a request for $38 million to build a new program. That need has been identified. We're really talking about the incremental kind of above and beyond what this space offers. And so when I look at what we have in front of us, for the same initial price tag, we are able to get 100,000 more square feet into our district that can provide programming for kids. And I also think it's important that we acknowledge that we are a different business model than CU. So we are not generating profit. And so as I'm looking at this, we are working within the constraints of a budget and a total program funding that we receive from the state and from our taxpayers. And so when we think about the ongoing operational costs, yes, it's estimated at 1.4. If all else equal, if we generated no rental income, if we were able to not change any of our other spaces, I would still be comfortable that we could afford that within the constraints of our budget. But we know as though we do have some offsetting costs and revenues that will trickle that down. So as a district, we lease about $1 million annually in space for EDCSD, our bridge program, and IT data center, other spaces throughout the district. So slowly but surely over time, we would be able to peel back those leases as we're able to utilize our existing space, heard about the domino effect, to move some of those spaces strategically and get people of like work together in like buildings and make strategic placement for those programs. Additionally, we spend about $150,000 a year for our schools directly to be able to host events like a prom, a homecoming, a graduation, AP testing days, DECA events, choir concerts, whatever that might be. Those are dollars that our schools would be able to directly keep into their site-based budgets and not have to outsource into places like the PACE Center or other event halls. And similarly for us as central office, holding things like district leadership team meetings. We spend about $40,000 a year for some of those types of spaces where we do not have a space currently that we own to be able to hold those types of events. So not simply just looking at the revenue that we could possibly generate, but really where could we start to offset some costs? There is revenue potential though, however, too. So the Great Hall, the auditorium do present a really unique opportunity for us to be able to not only host our own events, but to offer those to our community and really make this a space for our community to enjoy and embrace and come into our facility and sort of bond with the district, if you will. And so we are very fortunate to have a small but mighty rentals team with us already of 2. They are responsible for the current rental of all of our facilities, including parking lots, which you wouldn't think that would be something all that exciting, but we have folks like Drive Safe Schools that are really excited to be able to take advantage of this parking lot and not be all the way out at our Chaparral campus to be able to host those types of lessons. But our rentals team is already starting to model out and put some projections together about to whom we could rent this space and for how much, and how we would operationalize those types of rentals within this facility. Again, I just want to emphasize that our ability to generate revenue is not tuition. It's not solely focused on these types of rentals. Our revenue is PPR. Our revenue is the number of students that we have in this district. And you heard Mr. Windsor talk about the number of students that we lose because we are unable to offer programming. And I think that is where I see the biggest shining spot is our ability to attract and retain and make this a spotlight of education in our region and bring some kids back into our district because we are the ones who are able to say, yes, we can offer that for you. Yep. What Mr. Wise was saying is our ability to have our charter and homeschool students also access this programming, and that is an absolute yes. This would be something that would be open and offered to all types of students, whichever type of school they choose to attend.
So we mentioned servicing non-DCSD students as well that may want to take advantage of these programs. What type of revenue comes into the district for out-of-district students accessing this facility?
Yep, it would depend on the number of classes that they're taking. It would likely be in the form of a partial per pupil revenue or partial FTE. So oftentimes we have students that are formally homeschooled who might come into the district for a STEM program or a science class or to be able to do a lab. And we do receive partial per pupil revenue for those students depending on the number of hours that they are taking within our facilities. So at PPR, at about $8,600 per student, you can sort of back off of that based on the number of hours that they would be taking.
We also specifically develop specific memorandum MOUs with other school districts as well. Is kind of typically what we've done with programming we can offer, such as aviation, which we've done, I think, in the past, is something we've seen and sent out students, as well as even cosmetology programs where there's been really expensive costs, which, again, thanks to our bond, it's been able to allow us to be able to have that over at Highlands Ranch High School. So there are specific amounts that we do set up specific MOUs with neighboring school districts for certain programs.
Second one on the rentals. One of the lessons learned we just heard from the former owners was, quote, the rent didn't happen. So how sure are we, despite the intent, that we're actually going to receive some of that rental income? And is that, it sounds like that is not a requirement in the finances, but that would be an extra for what it happens.
Correct. And whereas maybe we wouldn't see the same type of outside entities renting, we have that ability to offset costs that we know we spend every single year because we don't have those spaces available to us.
I also might defer back to two individuals that have been a part of this in rental piece. When we take a look at Mr. Sieber and Mr. Lay, they did provide to us, along with CU, the history of rental and what it's been and what it can be. So I think on that side, in our due diligence, we received all the way back what has happened. I think that also creates the potential what can happen. It's not a need, but it helps. Just like as we talk about lease agreements that we have to consolidate and save money, we don't need it, but this generates money and opportunities. And I think they can maybe give the history of the renting out, and it was the one profitable pieces that did come throughout. Now, when you don't have the space open, you start to sell it, it's not available. But I also want you to know that we received all the financials, hence the due diligence to see that of the reality, not just the hope, but the reality of what has been and how we can replicate. Then I'm gonna lastly say I've really appreciated Mr. Sieber and Mr. Lay. They have worked on steering committees, trying to get retired CEOs, current CEOs, working on the industry that we're talking about as you have this market to also not only build partnerships, but then you look at the use of facilities in rental.
Hello. I think the most important element is over the course of the last 7 years, there has been quite a bit of effort to outreach some of the corporations in the region. And Denver South, which I also headed at one point in time, I think we, in fact, going to the Christmas party on Thursday of this week to kind of plant the flag. And many corporations historically have tried to do their training out of their own bucket. And I think that there's an opportunity here to reach out to the HR directors of these respective companies. And it's kind of like bringing the camel to the water. If you've got a good base of instruction that's available, I think that we can get some rental out of that. I also believe that we have not exhausted the opportunity with Denver University. I feel very confident we're going to get some traction there. We actually have another meeting that's going to be coming up with all of the deans that is being driven by the new chancellor at DU. I'm impressed with this expense presentation here because there's some angles that you thought about that we've never talked about before. Kudos to the finance folks.
I think there's another opportunity, and when John was CEO of Denver South, I was a chairman one year. I think some.
Very painful year.
It was. I would also say, I think if you have any of the companies, a specific company, there are many of them to choose from. And John really didn't cover how many companies are in Southeast Denver and the employment base. It's greater than downtown Denver. That's a key issue. And I think if you have some specialized training that some company wants, I don't think there's anything wrong in having them make a contributing cost, call it the ABC room, and get a donation for doing that. There are many things that you can do if you market and promote it. And my background was General Electric Company, and I think we did a lot of that sort of thing. And just give the statistics on the
Well, there definitely are more people that are employed this side of I-225 than there are on the other side, though I will say that Larimer County and Weld County are now starting to blossom to the north. But I feel, one of the secret weapons of the South Metro area over the course of the last 20 years has been the Centennial Airport. And an awful lot of your corporations want to be close to that airport because of the proximity to their airplanes. And I think that, again, this is blue sky, but I think that this has some potential that if I were doing economic development to a company, economic development outreach to a company in California or a company in Texas, I think that this kind of an operation would be a very real plus for my corporation that I'm thinking about relocating to Colorado, and much more so to this area than to downtown Denver because of the increased savings that you would gain here, the ability to drive without having to pay $20 to park your car, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a lot of opportunity here. But if you look at the growth of corporations, to try and answer your question, over the course of the last 10 years or so, much of the growth has been coming south of what we call the Hamden barrier, which is Hamden in the southeast Denver area. So I think marketing is the key. There was marketing 6 or 7 years ago that frankly can be regenerated, I believe.
So we're gonna transition to the operational side. Director Winegar, you might have had a question, and you're welcome to jump in, but I'd also, Mr. Lay, Mr. Sieber, Mr. Chadwick, thank you for jumping up here and being a part of it. I'm gonna get Mr. Cosgrove going, then also bring up our other speakers. But if you want to jump in with a question, couple more, you got it, perfect.
I think you did a great job talking about the operational expenses and where we'll save a lot of money to justify how much it'll cost. And also, I think seeing kids fill that building and doing these programs will also help justify it, because I was actually one of the 35 kids in the business program for the MBA, and it was an awesome building and I loved it, but it was so sad to have only 5 kids in my class and half of the class is moaning they didn't realize it wasn't in downtown Denver and they have to drive all this way. So, I mean, it made it seem kind of sad to have this big building go to waste. So I'm excited to see it filled with kids and actually being used. But I did have questions on reassigning the bond money, but I'm wondering if that's coming with Rich's presentation. So maybe I should just wait. Okay, I'll just wait on that then, but. Good job on your slide.
Yeah, so everything sounds great. My question is, it sounds like we've talked a lot about operational expenses. What would be the cost of bringing in new staff? How do we fill that, and where does that money come from?
Thank you for that. It's actually bullet number 2 in particular, so I appreciate you highlighting that piece. One of the parts in the bond and mill that was passed in 2018 was actually very strategically, I think, well done in the sense of we were able to identify mill-based dollars that were allowing us to staff this particular building for teachers. So we've actually identified those dollars, costed that over a 5-year period initially when that came out, to really know that we were going to put a hold on those particular dollars to be able to utilize for this campus. So those mill dollars will help us incur all those staffing costs that would be associated with these programs as well.
So good evening, directors. Thank you very much.
Don't take it personally.
What I'd like to do. Or a grizzly bear. What I'd like to do is touch on two topics. One is the space fit and utilization, and the other is on the due diligence. But before that, I'd like to answer your question. So CFO Kataska and myself, we've had discussions with our general counsel, with outside bond counsel. The reassignment of bond dollars is totally appropriate and allowed in accordance with the not only debt service, but as well as the bond language. I don't know if you want to add anything on that. So, yes. Is this better? Oh, much better. Thanks. Before I get started, I'd like to ask two other visitors to join us at the table. So we have Mr. Paul Hutton with Cunningham Architects. He's a registered architect in the state of Colorado. Cunningham is a national firm. They've designed and constructed schools across the country, including Douglas County schools. Our latest elementary prototype, for example. They were the architect of record for the Pine Drive site. And I do want to clarify, one of the significant reasons the project was over budget at Pine Drive was not just the COVID escalation, but it was because of the significant requirements for on-site, off-site traffic improvements, particularly the realignment of Hills Drive, which was over $2 million in and of itself, just that one item. Over $1 million in commercial-grade landscaping on that site. And the delay in getting the access to Hills Drive and obtaining that 2 acres from Douglas County, that's what slipped us 1 year. And that slip increased the budget over what was programmed as part of the 2018 bond. So that was the reason. Also, we have with us Mr. Jason Jeffries, and he is a licensed professional engineer in the state of Colorado. He is a forensic structural engineer. That's actually on his business card. And so they will provide comments because they were part of our due diligence team. But before I get on due diligence, I simply want to say, of the 175,000 square foot facility, our focus has always been on students. Phase 1 is 97% for the students. And the only square foot that is not for students is 1,700 square feet for the facilities engineer and for his or her bench stock workspace and storage of materials for that building, and 2,500 square feet for learning services staff. Everything else is for students. I also want to note that phase 1 does include the Great Hall and Theater. Why? Because they can be immediately used. While that is joint space, that can be used by DCSD students, CU students, DCSD staff, as well as the community. DCSD students will be using that space during the day and equally, if not more important, after hours, not only for programming, but for events as well. If you take out that space, then phase 1 still is 68% for students, even though that space will be used for students. So for phase 2, it's 100% for students. And basically that is the western portion of the building. That's the 2-story portion of the building that was the addition, and that would be used for the high bay career and technical education labs. Phase 3 is to be determined. Our goal will be continue to focus on students, as Superintendent Wise said, and Mr. Windsor. We have bridge, EDCSD, DC support. We have programs in 16 different facilities across Douglas County, including Cloverleaf, right across up the hill at Cantrell. So we would continue to look at those spaces. For due diligence, before I get started on this slide, I'd like Paul Hutton to say a few words, and then Jason Jeffries.
Thank you, Rich. It's a pleasure to be here tonight. As I'm getting started, I'd just like to observe that I've been both a resident and an architect working for Douglas County Schools for about 21 years. In fact, we have some common projects that have been a lot of fun. And in all those years, I believe this is the first time I've had the pleasure of speaking directly with the board. So it's really fun, and I wanted to express my gratitude for the chance to be here tonight. So the Pine Drive project was a lot of fun, but eventually encountered a lot of difficulties, didn't it? And so I agree with Superintendent Wise. This was a door opening, a door closing kind of scenario to an extraordinary level in my experience. So a little bit more about our credentials. You mentioned Cunningham is an international and national design firm. We do specialize in school facilities. And I've had the opportunity to work on many hundreds of school buildings across the country. But because I am a Douglas County resident, I always have a special place in my heart for the facilities that we work on here. So as we were asked to take a look at these two other opportunities, the one at ACC Parker and CU South, we assembled a team that included 3 registered architects from our firm and 1 licensed interior designers. And then we also pulled together many other engineering consultants. So we had on our team a total of 8. So we had civil engineering, structural engineering, I want to make sure I don't miss any, mechanical and electrical engineering. We had an expert in what we call envelope analysis. When we use that term envelope, that's everything about the exterior of the building. We also had traffic and we had food services. So those experts put together reports. They visited both buildings, spent quite a lot of time there. In fact, I think I've been to the site 6 times now, including one time just on my way down from the office today. I wanted to take one last look at a couple of conditions that we were asked about. So as we were looking at these projects, we want to evaluate some very specific things. We want to look at the building code. So these buildings are now approximately 20 years old, both of them. How do they meet current building code? Because as we turn this into an educational, that is a PK-12 facility, we'll have to meet all the criteria of the current code. The next thing was, how are these buildings holding up over time? Do they have any significant maintenance issues that we feel could pose a problem for the district? And finally, and I think the most important thing is, how well do these 2 programs fit into these buildings? Do they really feel as if they're going to belong? And the short answer is, on all 3 of those issues, we feel like these come out very well. So quickly about the building code, I'll start with the CU South building. Fortunately for us, that building was designed as a museum, but an event center. So it was designed to accommodate large numbers of the public going through that building. In fact, one thing we've learned is we'll actually have a lower occupant load for that building as a PK-12 facility than it had when it was originally designed. And the few code changes that have come about relative to, say, ADA access or other improvements are relatively modest and are easily handled within the budget that we have available. At ACC Parker, the code issues are even simpler because that's a more basic transition from college to high school functions. So we have very few code issues that have surfaced over at the ACC Parker building. In terms of the condition of the facility, I think that's where a lot of the questions have come up, more so on CU South and ACC Parker. I'm going to have Jason address a few of those in particular. But I'd like to observe that in our experience looking at buildings of this size, magnitude, and age, it's really in good to very good condition. And yes, there are a few things that are largely superficial. They've appeared in those reports. We'll be glad to answer questions on any of those, whether it's elevators or mechanical systems or lighting or anything else. But in general, we believe that everything that we're seeing in the building, and we've poked around quite a bit, we believe that everything is within what you'd expect for a building of this age. And nothing out of the ordinary, and nothing that you probably don't already have in some of your buildings anywhere else. Because you have many buildings of a similar age. And ACC Parker actually surprisingly is in very good condition. It has probably fewer things than I would have expected for a building of its age. It's been especially well maintained. So both buildings are doing really well in terms of condition. There are a few things, especially at CU South, that we put into our budget to take care of for the very near future in phase 1. And there are a few things that we've identified that will need attention down the road in the next few years, probably through the mechanism of a future bond. And finally, for the issue of how well do these programs fit, that's really the best story of all. So CU South, I'm sure all of you have been in that building, has a nice combination of open public circulation space, of regular height classroom kind of space, and finally what we call high bay space, those 2 to 3 story volumes that would really lend themselves to those big build fabrication kind of lab spaces. So that building fits very well for our CTE program and has the benefit of some extra space that in phases 2 and eventually 3, you'll find some creative programming to use. ACC Parker is a fascinating story. Leanne and I were walking through that, weren't we? And it was like, oh my gosh, we can use literally every classroom in that building as is. That was really startling to find a situation like that. So there our work would be much more limited. All we're proposing to do is to renovate 1/2 of the ground floor so we have a nice student common space that we don't have now. So those things all work surprisingly well. I'd like to tell you a little bit about the process that we use to get to some cost estimates, because the cost estimates have been a very important part of this process. We know that you need to be able to rely on those. So we've recruited assistance from the same contractor who was already working on our Pine Drive projects. That's a reputable local company called JHL Constructors. They've done, I think, a lot of your recent high school renovation work. Isn't that right, Rich? And we've worked with them for a very long time. And so they also have spent a lot of time in both facilities and helped us out. So working closely with them and looking at all of our engineering and consultants' reports, we believe with a high degree of confidence that the combination of the purchase price and the renovation price fits solidly within the budget that we have available to us, the leftover dollars from the Pine Drive site. So we're really happy to report that. Now, I don't know if you've had a chance to look in detail at our cost estimate process. You'll find out that it's a low range, high range. And when we're this early on in a process, we like to give you a range of costs as opposed to one single number. Our expectation, our hope is generally we'll end up hitting near the midpoint of that low-high range, but we want to be sure to express to you that there is some upside risk to the high side of those numbers, and for that reason, we're trying to be very conservative. I know a lot of you have heard about the supply chain issues and construction price increases. We too have some concerns there, so working with our contractor, we've decided to recommend for now to double the normal contingency that you might have at this point. So we're showing a 15% construction contingency at this point moving forward. We'll narrow that down as the project proceeds, but we think that that's something that we need to hang on to now to cover the potential risk of further increases in construction pricing. A couple comments about schedule, and then I'll turn it over to Jason. So our anticipation is that we would get started on design in January, and that we have 2 slightly different schedules. We would hope to start construction on the CU South renovation late in '22 and complete that work in '23 in July, so that you would start full-time use of that as a CTE in the fall of '23. Because the ACC Parker is so much more basic in terms of the scope of the work there and the renovation, our plan there is that we would shoot for turning it over to the district at the transition from '22 to '23 in the December-January timeframe. So we believe that we can turn that building over much more rapidly.
Can I jump in quickly on that?
Please do.
That answers 2 of the questions came in a little bit of the timeline. And also when we talk about those contingencies, we have budgeted for the highest cost. So all that 15% is planned for. So in each of our options that we look at, I want you to know that we are planning for worst case or most expensive, and then you hope it's on the end. But again, just like when we look at a long-term operational, long-term cost of construction remodeling, when those questions come in about what if it goes up, what about these things, we're planning and budgeting for that side. Thank you.
Yeah.
Quick one for Ms. Kataska. I think in an earlier this month, so the numbers may have changed, there was an idea that if we were on the high side, the extreme high side of the cost, there may be a roughly $5 million deficit. Has that now changed due to the extra reserves?
So we do have the contingency built in, and as was spoken, doubles the normal contingency there. In a worst worst case scenario, we would have the ability to explore the issuance of COPs to fund the remaining of phase one if it had to be that way. Correct, sorry.
Yeah, I should add also, we've worked closely with Mr. Windsor in evaluating the program. And for the CU South project, we would recommend using something we call add alternates. So we've identified what are the most essential components of the program that we have to operate and to open successfully. That's what we call our base bid. So that's a scope that we're very confident that we can hit, even if we continue to have some of this extreme escalation. And then we'll have three alternates. The alternates that we've talked about are replacing most of the roof as opposed to just repairing it, and then a couple of the lab spaces that could come in at a later phase. So we have other mechanisms that we can also use. If you don't want to go with the COPs, we could simply tweak what's in the budget in phase one versus what's in phase two. So with that, I'd just like to offer up a quick summary and turn it over to Jason. So perhaps as an architect, you think I'm disappointed not to be able to do two beautiful new buildings with my name on them in Cunningham, but it's not the case at all. To me, this is all about responsible use of resources, and I truly believe this is a great opportunity. The CU building, I wish I had designed it. It's a beautiful structure, and it's crafted to a high degree using materials that we frankly can't afford to use in your buildings. Copper roofs, granite floors, sandstone walls, and most of those are in really, really good condition. So it's exciting to be able to contemplate putting your program into such a fine structure. So we don't view this at all as giving anything up. In fact, this is a wonderful opportunity. We're excited to be able to continue working with you to make this happen. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jason, who is going to go into some of the structural issues that have come up, and he'll explain some of those. And I'll be glad to answer questions about any of the other parts that we've worked on. Thanks.
All right, well, I appreciate the introduction, and as with Paul, I'm glad to be here, working on a number of projects currently, doing some repairs and things with Eric McCain at the district. So getting some facilities back up and running. JVA has been in Colorado. They're an only Colorado company for as far as locations since 1956. My boss has been there over 40 years, so we have a great deal of experience. My personal background is dealing with a lot of investigations and trying to figure out what happened to buildings that have failed or have experienced some sort of peril, be that man-made or natural. So that's what I do. I work solely on existing buildings, do a lot of investigation work, and have somehow become the crawl space guy. So, going through this building in particular, and Paul hit it on the head, the materials used in the building are, they're great. For engineering, soils in the Front Range can pose a lot of challenges for designers. This building is based on drilled piers, and then it has reinforced concrete grade beams. Most of the floor structures are precast double Ts. These are not typical school materials, I can tell you, because like I said, I've been under dozens of schools in this area. A lot of it is metal joists, and those are exposed to soil. A lot of those have, sulfate issues. Exposed to soil, a lot of those have, sulfate issues, where the ground can actually start attacking these joists and corroding them. So while walking around this facility, nothing alarming jumped out at me. There are a couple of cracks, as noted in our report, that have some crack monitors on them. It appears they were installed in May of 2016, and one of them has shown a 0.5 millimeter expansion in the last 5 years. So in that 5 years, to me, that's indicating that, in my opinion, those have stabilized. So in the event that, the monitors are there, so it might as well take advantage of them. I think that would be something that we continue to monitor, and every 6 months or so, pop your head in, take a look at these cracks. If they are getting larger, there are means to correct that. So as I said, this building is founded on drilled piers and then concrete grade beams. So what we could do is install either micropiles or helical piers, and make it more of a distributed support along those grade beams as opposed to currently being point loaded. Yeah, I think outside of that, there were a few other issues, but I think most of that is building envelope related. A lot of sealant issues. 20 years, especially in the Colorado sun, sealants aren't going to last. So that is a routine maintenance issue, as I'm sure you have seen with many other of your properties. So yeah, outside of that, like I said, there's not a lot of things that are causing me concern. Similar structures of this vintage are going to experience similar levels of deterioration and issues.
So I'd like to jump in. You heard from Mr. Chadwick about the first bidder and the church, Jubilee Church. We had a question that specifically came in. What about the structural concerns that Jubilee Church found? Then a second one to say a certain amount of repair that's going to need to have happen. I want you to know through Mr. Cosgrove and others, not only have we looked our own and done our due diligence from the get-go above and beyond, we also wanted to make sure we looked into each of these questions specifically. So between Mr. Cosgrove and anyone else, would you please share more, please?
Yes, so thanks, Mr. Wise. I do want to say also that it wasn't just site visits. Every as-built drawing, every document of the building, of the addition of the building, we even looked at Douglas County's evaluation. We looked at CU's due diligence back in 2014. So we looked at every drawing, every discipline of an engineer reviewed that. And so basically, to Mr. Wise's point of view, Jubilee, which we've seen in questions, they did not enter a purchase and sale agreement, and they did not even start due diligence on that project. There was no engineer involved. So they actually were not even given the opportunity to begin due diligence and access all of those records and the site. We also confirmed the due diligence from the University of Colorado in 2014. We as a team reviewed all of the reports from Martin & Martin, civil and structural engineers, as well as the architect, and their findings confirm our findings. Last, we contacted Douglas County. I personally spoke to the director of Facilities, Fleet Services, and Emergency Support Services, and we discussed. There were no red flags. They toured the facility. They did not perform due diligence. They did not hire architects or engineers, and they noted their site observations. And their observations are consistent with ours. It's basically deferred maintenance and needs to be addressed. There are some mechanical components, boilers, chillers, cooling towers that need attention. The immediate attention is in our phase 1 cost range. As with any facility of this age referenced in the master capital plan, for example, Mountain Vista High School or others, if you look at those, there are maintenance needs. And we would roll this into our capital improvement plan, just like we would exactly align to every other school to address those. And in summary, the facility is already zoned. It's a permitted use for K-12. No rezoning would be needed. There are no issues with Centennial Airport and the FAA. This facility lies just outside the 65 decibel range. And we confirmed with the land authority, in this case Lone Tree, there's no requirements that would limit us from Lone Tree. Cunningham confirmed with the state of Colorado. There is no Colorado Department of Education guidance or restrictions with respect to airports. And we even checked. The only time we would have to coordinate through Lone Tree to the FAA would be if we increase the height of that facility, and that limitation, that constraint starts at 200 feet. And our plan is not to go vertical on that property. And our radio frequencies for safety and security are also allowed per the FAA radio frequencies. So there's no airport issues. The traffic, we had Felsberg, Holt, Ulevig through Cunningham, a licensed traffic engineer, perform an analysis on the day trips, on the parking, as well as the site circulation. They drafted their report. We met as a team with Lone Tree Director of Public Works, Traffic Engineer. As Paul Hutton stated, our load is significantly less than what was designed for, by an order of half almost. The parking lot is significantly larger than what our load would be. We have less than 100, and there's at least double that in parking. So there's no issues with respect to parking or site circulation. The building structure, I know Jason Jeffries has discussed that, no concerns. The building infrastructure, you were recently shared the feasibility analyses and the addendums for both properties and the memo summarizing those findings, but a picture of every mechanical device with notes are in those analyses. And as far as the space fit, the most important thing, it's for students. It will work for students. Most of it is being designed for students, by far the majority. And it gives us opportunities for meeting spaces, collaboration events, and it's forecasted to be within the budget. So there are no concerns. And that really summarizes our due diligence findings, unless you have any questions.
And I want to say, as you go into the questions, oftentimes we don't know what happens. And I want to say two things. I appreciate the opportunity to share more. I think the opportunity to share more with our board in multiple settings, multiple meetings, and the opportunity to hopefully get out to the community. When you don't know, you can make assumptions. But part of establishing, creating, building, and keeping trust is understanding the amount of due diligence we do, amount of planning that we do. You look at our finance team, you look at our operations team, you look at who we bring in as experts, you look at our educational team, along with cabinet, support services, executive director of schools working with our programming. I want you to know, and I'd like the community to know, just how much we appreciate the attention to detail, the expertise, the looking at it and costing out to make sure that we don't have that oh no moment. And I think that's a key piece that I just want to reiterate to everyone, that we tend to that detail in this planning. Hence, to just reshare the win-win opportunity and the excitement we have, not just because of buildings, but because of the quality and potential and the plan for these buildings. So please jump in for questions on the operational structural side that we can answer for you, that we didn't already.
I'd like to state for the record that my alma mater, the U.S. Naval Academy, built a library and did not account for the weight of the books, and their library is sinking at a rate of 2 inches per year into the, greater mistakes have been made. Really appreciate the due diligence. And just to jump in quickly and echo some things that Superintendent Wise said, yes, this is a briefing for all 7 board members, so we can hopefully recommend a decision one way or the other no later than the meeting on the 7th and move forward appropriately or not. I think this is really more for the public, as the Superintendent Wise said, to get this out. There was an option as we came in as new directors to give us, quote, bring us up to speed in private. We declined that because we thought this was so important for the public to hear. Thank you to all the experts, especially Mr. Cosgrove. I know a lot of these questions have been asked and answered, either individually or in smaller settings, but just hearing them again and giving the public access to the experts to just expose a little bit more the amount of diligence that was done is very reassuring. And back to the trust thing, if we can get this decision right, then maybe there'll be some more trust to get future decisions right. My only question around this for Mr. Cosgrove, or I guess it's for the superintendent, is how many of these documents, I would rather over-communicate. So prior to the meeting on the 7th, where we will have public comment and the public will be able to get kind of one last chance. And by the way, for anyone who's listening out there in the public, we had excellent participation, I think, in terms of some very thoughtful, very respectful questions. Many that I asked tonight were not my questions. I was asking them on behalf of members of the public, especially the special needs community. I think had some really good concerns. So I'd like to publicly thank any members of the public that put these questions in and helped us answer a lot of things tonight. So again, sorry, my question to you is how much of this will be posted in what detail prior to the meeting on the 7th, so people that are really detail-minded can have one last look.
So thank you for the question. The feasibility analysis includes privileged confidential security information with respect to the security infrastructure that is being designed for this facility. So if I may, I'd like to discuss with Mr. Wise and Andy Abner in our security to see what can be stripped out of that report and made public.
That's absolutely fair, and that actually triggers one extra question in my mind. When we've looked at the build-out cost for classrooms, for labs, for everything, have we also considered what we want for physical security, especially since phase 3 may be tenants that are unknown? And have we provided appropriate access controls and the physical security controls for school safety that we would expect in all of our facilities in this slightly more unique facility?
Yes, very good question. We have included the physical safety and security, including the supporting IT infrastructure, not only for phase 1, but the entire phase 1 through 3 in phase 1. Because we do not want to simply upgrade a portion of the facility because it supports the entire facility. And that's, without going into any details, it's not only the cost from the construction contractor needed, but also of DCSD's security vendor, as well as the construction cost for IT and IT's vendor as well. So all of that is included in the phase 1 range.
We've also discussed that with our post-secondary partners as well as around agreements around safety and security and some common understandings as well.
I just wanted to echo a couple things. I agree with Director Peterson. It's nice to have another session. It's nice just to reaffirm again the incredible opportunity that we have. Paul Hutton, we've opened some schools together, so when he says we're getting a structure that is even better than the Cadillac schools that we built together, I think we built elementary number 31 and elementary number 42 together. So I just think that accentuates just what an incredible opportunity we have with this facility. But I agree with Director Peterson, it's nice to have public comment, public questions, just to reaffirm that we really are on the right track and that this is an incredible opportunity for our students to expand programming. You know, when Mr. Windsor talks about changing the trajectory in terms of paths, you know, you can't help but get on board with him and get excited. Rich Cosgrove, oh my gosh, I mean, I remember a few years ago we were looking at Teddy Lane. You know, you jumped on that, and this man knows property. He knows when to jump, and so I trust him. When Kate Kataska says, you know what, we could do nothing, and we're still within our financial means, that just speaks volumes. And so why I appreciate this, I just also want to just say that it reaffirms that the action we took a few weeks ago is still right on. We need to go full force and look at this as a grand opportunity for our school district for many, many generations to come, really. So I'm excited, I'm jazzed. I just want to, again, thank the experts for checking it out and making sure that we don't have those aha moments where we go, oh shoot, I wish we would have studied this a little bit closer. So thank you for reaffirming that.
What other questions could we provide before we end this agenda topic?
So I think we can wrap up, and do we need to have a vote for a break, or can we just do, okay, let's just do that. It's time 7 o'clock. Why don't we take a good 10-minute break, and then we will come back and reconvene with the special meeting and agenda planning session. I would also offer this opportunity for Superintendent Wise, if there's any staff that you don't need for the rest, if you want to let them go, and that would be awesome as well. Thank you.
right?
Paul, so good to see you.
scheduled on the 7th of December, so a week from today. This will be the first time that some of the new directors will go through this, so we're going to rely a bit on Superintendent Wise and some of the other directors to guide us through getting what we want on the schedule. One of the things I wanted to highlight, this is not a discussion of the items, this is not the actual meeting, this is just getting those items officially on the agenda, and then obviously we'll provide due notice and any materials required on the Friday prior. So with that, I'll turn it over to Superintendent Wise to guide us through.
Got it. So I'm gonna, part of agenda planning is work of the board. So with board presidents, when we work with Sandy Marsh and Kelly Duvall right now with our ESB, it's really an inclusive environment that you're invited to come. It's an open meeting. We try to work on the agenda together. What are our priorities? How do we set that? And then we start to move that into the correct topics and adding it to our ESB. So we have timelines and posting process that we have. I won't get into all that detail, but in this process, we start to work together. What are we trying to accomplish? What are those topics? What's a clarity of expectation? That way we can also interject to say, how can we be most prepared to do this well with our staff on those topics? So as we look at a special meeting for December 7th, I guess what I would start with is when you start looking at agenda topics, our 14th meeting, we have a bit of, well, we have work on compensation. So it's our next steps of moving forward with compensation. You're getting inundated by a lot of information, but we're providing what's been presented in the past and get you caught up. And then also, where are we now for our next steps of moving forward with compensation? It's a big piece of work that's happened over a number of years. And then we also have a few other things that are kind of tending to business into the year with finance. And so we can add to that agenda topic. So for the 7th, for your timeliness, I think that's where I'd start with what topics would you like to have? And then we start to build in those timelines. Kelly and I and Sandy from afar will be capturing these, and we'll create that draft of the ESB, work with you, and share, and then make that formal and post it out as we call that meeting.
And just if I could interject or ask a question really, are we okay to do first name during this first of all? So Mike, if we could back up a little bit and talk about the need for a special meeting a little bit, because we really haven't done that publicly. And I'm still wondering, I guess my original understanding was that the thought was that we needed a special meeting so in case there was some due diligence that was done today at our study session that still needed time to give us feedback about, that it would give staff time to do that, and therefore the need for the special meeting before the letter to proceed occurs on the 8th. So I guess I want to start, I would like to have us start there as just an understanding of why we need the special meeting. And given that we have the 14th, the following, and I know all of us have been burning the candle on both ends with meetings right now. So if we could just go to there with why the special meeting, and then we can go into the topics if we decide the special meeting is necessary.
I think that's a great question. So let's back up a little bit about what we think or why we think we need a special meeting, and then a little bit of what we hope to accomplish in the macro, and then we can move into the specifics. I think two things relating to today. We did not have public comment, although we kind of did by proxy by asking the public to submit a lot of their questions to the experts and everyone that was here today around the CU South of the ACC Parker purchases. I think one of the intents of a special meeting on the 7th would be to allow actual live public comment. So kind of one last bite at the apple. There have been many, but one last chance for public to voice concerns. And then I think I would like to get all the directors on. Now, we've already placed the district, and Superintendent Wise has the ability to proceed with the contract through a notice to proceed. A recap of that is the deadline on that is the 8th at noon. So contractually, Superintendent Wise needs to issue a notice to proceed no later than noon on the 8th, and I'm getting the nod from the General Counsel here to continue forward in the process. And then the next date, if we you decide to go forward, would be a closing no later than the 15th, as we heard from a variety of reasons from the CU folks. So one of the big purposes of the meeting would be one last chance if we found something today or anything came up, maybe even the public heard something that they were concerned about, to leave a window to address an issue, to have public comment, and then to get the directors on record for a recommendation of whether the superintendent should proceed or not. We may wind up with a 7-0, one way or the other. We may wind up with some type of split, but it also allows the individual directors to indicate their preference, give some discussion reason, and then, if appropriate, we are moving forward and the superintendent can stay on his timeline. So that would be one big reason. The other macro reason that I think, would plan on a special meeting is to address some of the things that came out of the election. There were some expectations around some changes, and this is not to make major changes. And when we talk about the potential subjects, this is to direct the start of work on some of these things. So I don't think you're going to see decisions, maybe, and we'll discuss it here in a second, maybe a policy update, some things like that, some revisions, but it's really to give some intent on some course changes to the superintendent, which he will relay down through his staff, and have them start the work on some of these items. It's not to dictate the work or dictate the answers, but to provide some intent and guideline around some things that were of concern to the community. And I'll actually open it up to any of the other directors. Comments on the macro why, anything I missed? Okay.
If I could just make a couple of clarifications. So we did have public comment on the 16th when we approved the resolution. The superintendent does have directive to move forward. That has not changed. So I just want to make sure that it doesn't appear that we're waiting till the 7th to do that. I also think, just as a wrap up to this study session, it might be helpful, did we hear any concerns or questions that we feel like does need to be addressed by staff that would, again, cause us to want to have a special meeting?
I personally didn't hear any concerns, but I know that when there's something that I disagree with going on, it is nice for me to see a vote take place to know what board directors, where they stand on things. So I don't know if we want to have there be a vote to proceed with what's going on, or to stop it, or if you think that's a little ridiculous since I'm new, but I think it would be good for the public to see that and to feel like they have a chance with their public comment affecting a vote of some kind.
Yeah, and I also, personally, I did not hear anything tonight. In fact, I think all the presentations were very reassuring. I was very happy with a lot of the answers I got. That doesn't mean we may not have a member of the public out there with a concern that may write in or express something that maybe we should address that we're just missing as a board. So I think allowing that window of time between now and the 7th, it would be prudent in a purchase of this size. And then the last thing I would say is I also would like to get all the directors just to, yes, no, on this with their opinions. It's part of the accountability process, right? If we all go forward and there's a 7-0 thing and we have a unanimous board, that's one thing. And if we all get it wrong together, we can all be held accountable together. If any individual directors have some particular reservations, and I wish they would express it, and if it causes them to be a no vote, whoever that is, that's also, I think, something we want to get on record just for accountability to the community. Any other comments around that?
So as superintendent, the one thing I would ask, I appreciate the feedback. Obviously, as we move forward in hitting deadlines, surprises are tough. Timeline to change things or address things are tough in a day. So unless it's, I call this the oh my gosh rule, one of the things I would hope for is if there's things you'd like us to do, to give more feedback, to allow us the time. I would like to go forward in saying that we're moving forward with a, if that's a vote of, yep, keep it going. But I want to proceed with the mindset that we're moving this forward. Anything that comes that we need to address, we'll do our best to address, just like we already have. But I also don't, in the sense of a day to turn things around, timeline piece, just being conscious of our staff and our process. I think we've done extreme due diligence. I think we will tend to what's best for Douglas County, best for Douglas County schools. It's my job to put all of you in a great spot, and our district and our kids and our families. So I just want you to know that's the only thing I'd ask for in this process.
And obviously, we didn't put any actionable items on for tonight, so it wouldn't be appropriate to take a vote. But if, again, I would make one last call echoing what I believe you said, Superintendent. If anybody has anything strong based on those reactions or what they heard tonight, anything that's really concerning, this would probably be a really good time to voice it, to have the longest opportunity to address that.
Yeah, so I very much appreciated the presentation tonight and think it was really helpful for the community to hear that, hearing from experts who have been, supporting this process. And I think as a board, it's our job to put our arms around the organization without putting our fingers in. And, the managing, and I think you've demonstrated the due diligence and everything. So I feel very comfortable moving forward. I also think it's a significant purchase for the district, and I'm always one to err on, I want to hear as much feedback as possible, before making a decision. So I can understand that, we need to move everyone forward. I've heard a couple of things though that concern me, because Mike, I heard you say we think this is an important meeting, and I'm not sure what we means, because I know I haven't been involved in conversations with we think this needs to happen. And so I think it's really important that as a board, when we use the word we, the entire board is involved in that conversation. So I just kind of wanted to flag that. And then I also feel like special meetings are special meetings. So if we need to have a special meeting to talk about this topic because of the timeline, the deadlines that we need to meet, that's one thing. But then to add other items to that meeting, which I have no idea what we're talking about other than we made promises during a campaign. I mean, that raises a red flag for me. And so I think I feel more comfortable moving forward with a meeting if the purpose is really to talk about the one topic that has a deadline. But when you start to raise other issues, and I have no idea what that is, it's difficult for me.
Yeah, and I'll address that. When I said we, I was in referencing to the campaign and specifically linking to the campaign. So I was, in fact, that one case talking about the new directors-elect in the context of things that came out of the campaign. But noted in a good point. Relative to a special meeting, if this were not an issue, the purchase, and there were no deadlines around that, and I do think that's still a valid reason. We, being again talking about the new directors-elect coming out of the campaign, would also want to call a special meeting around things that we believe to be urgent, and things that have been stewing for a while, and things that we believe the voters wanted to see very near term, but deliberate and responsible action on. Again, that's why I'm saying we would look to pass some resolutions, and we could talk about those in specific here in a second, to start some work around some topics. Again, this is not talking about staying in the lane. We're trying to represent the ownership here, which we talked about yesterday being the community, and we're trying to initiate some intentions and direction to the superintendent for the superintendent to do the work around some of these subjects and report back to the board. And to delay that, knowing we have some things on the 14th, knowing we have some holiday periods going up, I think would be a disservice to the taxpayers, to the students, to the teachers, and all the stakeholders here that frankly asked for some changes to be made. So we'd like to get the work started as soon as possible. So I believe it would be something we would have already requested. Director Hansen?
Just a quick question. The one thing that you didn't mention in that, and there is a long list of people, but staff is the one thing that were not included in that. And I'm just wondering, I haven't had an update recently. Is cabinet still substitute teaching, or are you pretty much just doing one of your 10 jobs or 9 of your 10 jobs?
Yeah, our fill rate of subs has actually been very good.
Okay.
So even going into Thanksgiving break, you saw other districts have to
close.
Yes, close. I will say this to our substitutes, thank you. and to our staff and everyone that we have not had to do that. We've covered a couple times, but we haven't had to recently. And our numbers, I believe, I know from Amanda, our numbers are still good right now.
I know, I completely understand you made campaign promises and want to follow through with that. And I also see 4 people that is a majority of this board. I just want to ask that you truly consider the staff demands when you are moving forward with your plans, because our staff is stretched as thin as they possibly can, and it's always a balancing act of making decisions that provide to our stakeholders while not taxing resources, and our people are our most important resources, and big ideas can be spread out and still deliver promises, but still allow staff to have a manageable life.
No, I really respect those comments. And in fact, that's one of the things Superintendent Wise called me today and asked me about something. And I specifically said, hey, if we're going to do some stuff, we want to start the work now so it can be spread responsibly. We know we have the holidays coming up. We know our staff. We have a thin staff anyway for all the folks out there that don't realize. You can take a look at Douglas County staff and admin and you can compare it. I mean, just take our HR department and compare it in a number of students that we have compared to similar sized districts around the metro area. And we have people that are doing an incredible amount of work with not a lot, not a real deep bench in terms of numbers. So again, that's why, again, please listen carefully. I remember back to the beginning of the school semester where Superintendent Wise flashed up a slide at a large meeting, and I don't think most people read the slide. They read what they wanted to say. So when we move through this agenda planning, I asked that you listen to these things in packages and that you listen for the first and the second, because they come in packages, and a lot of these are to start the work and realizing that we have to be realistic in our expectations of what our staff can accomplish. And again, it's just to get the work started, knowing that some of this will take time. So we want to balance the start and honoring some expectations of the community, but we also want to move forward deliberately and make sure we do this once on whatever the subject is, and we get it right, because the worst thing is rework and redos and not getting it right, whether it's from a legal perspective, whether it's from a ethical, pragmatic perspective. Yes, we can always change course based on things we learn, but we don't want to do rework. And I think we really owe that to the staff, to the parents, to the students, because behind all these things, I think something we've been lacking is stability and predictability. People just don't know what's coming next. And if at least we can start some of this work and put some guardrails, but not dictate the how, but just some intentions, then maybe we'll start giving some predictability and stability back to not just the students and the teachers, but all of our staff around some of these subjects. So. Yep.
We're sharing a mic, having a conversation. Since this is just an informal conversation, I would really like to hear more about what the, when you say, I've just heard you say the phrase several times that our community is lacking predictability and they're just not sure what's coming next. I genuinely don't understand what you mean when you say that and would love more information. I think that will help me get a better idea of what the long-term goal is.
Yeah, or not. And again, some of this is district, right, around policy and things. Some of this is just the national environment, right, with the continuous moving. I mean, COVID, right? COVID is a constantly moving target with constantly moving goalposts, right? And sometimes we can provide predictability, and sometimes we can't around it. Understood. But even around where we're heading in terms of priorities, I think setting or maybe resetting in some cases some of the things we're doing will give people a better idea of where we're trying to go. I think we're not going to do all of that, certainly not in December 7th. One of the things I heard from Director Meek the other day was a suggestion to do a retreat around the ends. And I think that's still something we should really do, because that's the big ends, and that's the big question. I've heard Superintendent Wise ask it before. He said, what is the identity of DCSD, and does the public know what that is, and does the community in the district, the larger district, the students, the staff, everybody, does everybody have a good grounding in who we are? And I think we can maybe have that discussion again, and it's good to have it periodically with the board around the means and what is the macro mission and what are we trying to achieve. I already mentioned one today. I don't think we should have 3 paths. I think there's a 4th path that's in there, and it's around our special education students, right? Maybe that's something we should talk about and discuss as a 4th track. So those are just some of the big things. And if we want to just get into some of these items, maybe it'll be clearer and we can stop talking about vagaries and just kind of lay out some of the things. And again, this is not to have those discussions or study sessions or vote on them. We can briefly discuss a little bit of the why, but maybe a lot of that would be better left for looking at resolutions that'll be posted and then having that public discussion during the special meeting and then making some decisions if everyone's in agreement.
Couple of logistics. So the meeting on the 14th has 2 items right now. We have setting the mill levy and the HR, the compensation conversation. So one of my questions is just from a logistic is that typically special meetings are focused on a one agenda type item. And I think it's clear that we definitely want to have that for the sake of CU South, just to have that, like you said, an opportunity for board directors to all weigh in terms of supporting Superintendent Wise and staff going forward. So I'm in agreement with that. But I also want to capture what Susan has said, what Elizabeth has said in terms of reality. So when you talk about resolutions, we're on Tuesday. Our agenda has to be posted on Friday. That means that legal has to vet whatever draft or resolution you want to create between now and Thursday so that it can be posted on the agenda at 5 o'clock on Friday. So I just want to be, I want to throw a reality check in there because I think sometimes we get into this, it sounds good, it sounds great, we have this sense of urgency, we want to show our public that we're listening, we want to respond, but I think what you said, Mike, earlier is we want to do it well. We don't want to do it haphazardly and quickly just to make a statement to say, look, you know, we're following through with the things that we talked about. So I would just really ask us to slow down a little bit. And like Elizabeth said, for the sake of our staff, really, I think, you know, it's nice to give lip service that says, yes, we know they're thin, but then what we do is we say, oh, by the way, I want to put a resolution on the agenda for next Tuesday. So that doesn't really honor our staff. It just acknowledges that they're thin, and then we pile it higher and deeper. And so I just want to be the reality cop, maybe, if I can, since I've had about 6 years of doing this, and look at a realistic pace for the things that you're wanting to do, and not to dismiss the things you're wanting to do, but I wanted to do it well, and I want our staff not to die, is the bottom line. So
I appreciate all of that as well. I'm just gonna, the elephant in the room, right? Like the whole mask situation. And I personally, my intent would be to get to a choice as soon as we possibly can. And if we're looking at December 14th currently for our next meeting, and we're already talking mill levy and compensation, that's gonna take up a lot of time. No.
Mill levy is like about a 5-minute discussion. It's just a very quick item. The compensation would take.
Right, so I just, to talk about time, I mean, what do we want to do? So, I'm sorry, there's another agenda item? Oh, I think Corey. Anyway, I would like the work to begin on that as soon as possible so that we can get to what my obvious hope would be to get to a mask choice as soon as possible. And I recognize there's going to be work that needs to be done around that. But if we have to wait until the new year, I mean, I feel like we're just dragging out and dragging our feet.
Yeah, if I could recommend, and yes, I want to honor that. Yes, we want to not overload our staff, but we also want to move quickly. And again, I think the earlier the work gets started, the more we can keep with some expectations and allow the staff to pace out the work once it starts post-resolution. So why don't we go through a list of some things, some general things around the next 2 meetings, and then maybe we should discuss what would be appropriate for the 7th, maybe move an item or 2 to the 14th to spread it out a little bit. And then ideally after the 14th, when we come back next year, we can kind of limit the number of meetings we're doing and stuff out of the gate for the board and for the whole staff. So if that would work, and I think Director Hansen has another comment, unless Superintendent Wise wants to share his mic, but.
Just maybe helpful input. For every hour that you are sitting in a board meeting, it's safe to guess that you're going to spend 2 hours outside of the board meeting preparing for the meeting. So as you're going through your list of topics that you want to put together, I know we did committee meetings last night. We're all going to CASB Thursday, Friday. I'm in for this ride, but just when you're thinking through this, think through your schedules because you are you're taking on a lot.
Okay, so I'll just throw out a list of items and then we can discuss each one. I think some of them are simple, some of them are a little bit more controversial. I think the first one that we absolutely have to keep on the 7th if we're going to talk about it is, I don't know whether it's a resolution, maybe probably, or whether it's just a simple vote, but director input, and I will take suggestions on how to write this down, some type of director input and vote on proceeding with the CU South purchase, just so we can get everybody on record. Obviously, we cannot defer that to the 14th. So comments and thoughts around how to title that and the appropriateness of that on the meeting for the 7th.
I think you can keep it the way we have it on the study session, pending acquisition of CU South. And then I think, Mike, however the board wants to respond to that, I don't think we need a formal resolution because we've already put that into play, but it may be just simply a motion that says we support the continued move forward with this. So I don't think it has to be anything fancy other than just having, like you said, that acknowledgement that we are going to act either through a motion of support and after we've heard public comment on that day, so.
Yeah, in fact, not doing a resolution would save staff work and just having a motion to proceed with that and just having a quick director vote would probably be the most compact and easy way to do that. Director Meek?
Yeah, Mike, I was just going to say, I would caution us from being excessive with resolutions because the right way to really do the policy is if our policy isn't directing through the policy, we should be changing the policy, honestly. So resolutions really should be used sparingly, in my opinion.
Thank you for the input, and I agree. I think we will have some coming up. Director Wise, or Superintendent Wise, did you have something?
Kelly, as we have that, we'll use the same title as what we did tonight, and it'll be for a motion from the board. A motion of support is what we'll call for the board. We'll title for ESB. Study action item. Yep.
The second thing that Director Williams mentioned that we would want to tackle is a kind of a two-fer package. The first one would be a revision of Board Policy JLCC on transmissive disease. As everyone here knows, that currently makes references to conducting mitigation in accordance with Tri-County Health Department, and that relationship really no longer formally exists for the county. So it would be since it's a revision and not a new policy, it would be a reading and a vote on the revision, and the wording would be probably minimal around replace Tri-County Health Department with Douglas County Health Department.
Quick question for clarification. For a special meeting, we do have public comment, correct? It's just. Okay. I know that you have some plans to change public comment just so that we can kind of get an idea of time. Is the time limit on public comment something that you are envisioning a change to?
I think the amount of time allotted would be in accordance with how Director Reyes run it. We need to look at how many people sign up, how much time is appropriate for public comment.
Okay.
In the current policies, there's an intention for 3 minutes, knowing that we may have to go to a lesser time to allow the speakers during the total allotted time. Yes, up to 3 minutes. Thank you for the clarification.
President Peterson, just point of clarification. I believe that, if I'm correct, Tri-County still will be doing all mitigation for all communicable diseases that are not COVID. So we,
Yes.
just when we recraft that, you're going to have to make sure you tease that language out because it's kind of in a unique situation.
Correct, and there is, as I think everyone knows, there's still agreements between the county, Department of Health, and Tri-County for the provision of services.
For other
I
stuff.
don't think our policy covers the provision of services. It covers the consultation and coordination with the county health department on how to mitigate things in the district. So again, remember with JLCC, learning from the great advice last night, we are not changing JLCC, nor would we ever want to change it into a COVID policy. We just want to keep a very high-level transmissive disease policy and reference our current health department. So again, it should be a minimal administrative change to just bring things into alignment with the,
So Mike, I think my concern is there's a lot of confusion in the community around a new public health agency and services, and I think there will be a lot of questions. So it might seem like a simple change, but I think, again, and I say this all the time, allowing people time for public comment and allowing them to have time to digest it, give public comment, allow us time, 2 readings, which is what typically happens on policy changes. So I'm just saying, I think that would be a good way to go about gathering community input, having time to answer questions. I know we get reached out to all the time, right? I'm sure all of you get reached out to with questions. And after, I think it was this morning, I received a question from someone saying, are you guys meeting with the Douglas County Health Board? Have you been involved in that? And I said, well, I have not been involved in any meetings so far by the Douglas County Health Board, but it's on people's minds. And so I'd also like a commitment that if one of us is meeting with another public entity like that, that everyone is aware, right? So that we can all build trust and move forward together. So I guess my recommendation is, if you put it on the agenda, you have 2 readings so people have an opportunity.
Yeah, and that's something, frankly, that's some, changing or updating, revising, in this case, JLCC does not change the superintendent's policy, that day. It doesn't, when we're talking about consultation and stuff, that's not an immediate effect thing. If we all think that that's better to have a first reading on the 7th and then have a second reading and vote to move that to the 14th to allow public comment on the 7th and digest that, I don't see why that's a problem. It's just an administrative cleanup of a policy.
Question would be, though, that's being raised is, until the county kind of settles in terms of who, they're contracting out with an independent group to do all the COVID services. And like Sid said, any transmissible disease other than COVID, Tri-County Health still overseeing. So it seems to me that we want to be cautious that we don't revise a policy and then 2 months later have to revise it again because it didn't call out the other group that maybe is overseeing. So, but I agree so far with the fact that it makes sense for something like this to allow for a two reading, just to give our public an opportunity to weigh in before we make a final revised policy. But keep in mind that the target is still moving too. Do we want to do that this soon until the county really knows exactly what they're doing?
Okay. Other comments from other directors?
The resolution along with it, or?
Yes, Kaylee's asking, basically what she's asking is, what's the second part, right? Because there was a 2-part package. Yeah, the first part would be a revision, or at least a first reading of a revision of JLCC. And the second one, I believe, would be meritorious of a resolution. and that would be to direct the superintendent, and we can get this to legal counsel in time, but to send a resolution to the superintendent to dictate movement to a masking vaccination policy that honors choice for parents and choice for teachers in the district. Again, not to dictate the specifics, but to put guidance and some guide rails around. We would like to see what a plan would look like to move to choice in masking and choice in vaccination to get ahead of that. That is a huge concern for the public in general. What will be the requirements? We would like to set some intent and guidelines around what that policy should look like, and also direct in there a requirement to consult with our Department of Health and experts that they bring in to help the superintendent and his staff shape the policy. Just to be clear for anybody listening, and again, we're not actually doing the resolution right now, but just to assuage concerns, this would be the superintendent's job to come up with a policy over time to implement that aligns with the intent of the board. It would be not to just end masking outright. It would be to look at what a choice, a layered choice in masking policy would look like, to include any other mitigation measures, including any industrial hygiene steps, any type of procedural distancing, and specifically in there, because we just had a lawsuit, it would direct the superintendent to comply with the intent of ADA for individuals that have outlying circumstances. So this is hopefully implementing choice that can accommodate the groups of our students and teachers that have problems with masking, whether it's anxiety, psychological, physical issues where masking is not beneficial for them, but also on the opposite side of the spectrum, acknowledging that we do have students, teachers, and folks that do have issues that may require extra levels of protection as required by ADA, and demanding that whatever strategy came up would accommodate and comply with those aspects that we need to comply. So it really is, again, we'll get to the language, we'll get to the specific resolution, we can talk about it, but again, it is trying to give the superintendent direction so he can start the work as early as possible, so he can move efficiently but deliberately through that work and come back with something that we all as a board, that we, the 7, believe is an acceptable strategy and that will work for the district and honor choice. Any other comments from directors on that?
So just one comment, Mike, and I maybe have misunderstood some of our conversations that we've had. I thought the first step was really an analysis and feasibility study that our superintendent would do, as opposed to bringing forth a plan and a policy. I think given that we have some very clear edicts that we have to meet based on the ruling of the court in the lawsuit, I think the first step really needs to be analysis and feasibility. I don't know that our superintendent or our staff will be ready to bring forth a plan and a new policy until that's delivered. Because I think the board has to then be able to say, if their analysis is that this is going to cost quite a bit of additional dollars and resources or people resources, do we continue to go forward with then looking at a policy for a mask optional kind of policy? So I guess I'm a little confused with, again, what you're asking, because I think what I understood us to say is analyze, do a feasibility study, bring that to the board, then the board will give guidance in terms of next steps.
I think it's a yes and in this case. I think that would be the first steps in, after the direction is looking at options, because I would expect superintendent-wise, none of us have expertise in infectious disease here on the board, that he would leverage the experts available from Tri-County, or not Tri-County, the Douglas County Department of Health. My understanding is they are acquiring additional expertise to help them develop those processes, that those experts, as part of collaboration and Team Douglas County and getting, frankly, out of a little bit of this Hatfield and McCoy tit for tat that's gone on with the county and the board and a lot of the politics, but to direct that collaboration, to leverage the experts that they make available, and I think of feasibility or looking at a couple different options that may meet the intent, looking at the feasibility to include cost, implementation timelines, everything that goes into a thorough study would be part of Superintendent Wise's plan and development. And again, for expectations for anybody living out here that thinks that we're going to have a meeting on Tuesday and Wednesday kids are going to go back to school en masse, that's not realistic. It's not legally responsible. It's not, frankly, fair to the staff. And we want to do this one time and we want to do it right. So again, it's to start the work, including feasibility, to including cost, to including legal, to do all these things and move forward efficiently but deliberately to try to enact and look at various options to enact a choice policy. I would expect this would be a great time for meetings for superintendent updates. What have you done? What have you found? What have you seen so far? Where are we in the process? Where we would get updates, and ultimately the superintendent would come back with, this is what we, the superintendent and staff, believe meets the intent, and this is what we intend to do. We get feedback from the board to include legal, cost, everything else, and then we would either endorse that policy or we would ask for changes. I do expect this to be a little bit of a slow burn, but remember, this is also an expectation from the community, so we do not want to rush the superintendent through it. But back to why the meeting on the 7th, we do want to start this work deliberately as soon as possible.
So I think for me, thinking through whether I would be able to support a resolution like that, I would really need to understand from the superintendent's perspective how much time that analysis would take, what work would be diverted. I mean, unless you're going to hire someone to come in and do the analysis, I think it's going to take other people's time. So what work is not going to get done? What's the timeline? And you don't have to answer this now. I'm just setting the stage for me to really analyze this and decide whether I could support asking that away from the focus right now, which is on, academics. So that's something that I would want to prepare the superintendent to be prepared to discuss.
Okay, so I'm hearing a number of things. I'm hearing a revision to policy JLCC. Then I'm also hearing the want of a resolution to give direction that would set the stages of staff of Douglas County to be working with the Douglas County Department of Health and other resources, start to come back with options. So plans, options, feasibility analysis. As I start thinking about this, what's going through my mind is our own resources, then also making sure that I have not, we've been trying to reach out on different things. For instance, Mr. Rundle and team reached out to Jogan, who is starting to work with our process. So even in that transition, getting that going. So what I'd want to make sure is that we have the time to reach out, start to coordinate meetings, steps, and what I'd want is the clarity of what you're working for with the flexibility of defining timeline. I don't know that I feel comfortable setting the final product because we don't have control over everyone else we'll be working with. But setting those steps to set up meetings, set up a pathway, reporting back is what I'm hearing in this process. So I want to start with that, let you guys continue the conversation of what it might be, and I'll continue to look and also think about, resources. I think, Mary Klamesh, on your end with the legal side, I think if there's things that come up with you, my first mindset is, what are you thinking phone with the legal side? Because we've had that piece. But I think I'm hearing correctly. I see some head nods that I'm hearing correctly a little bit of what thoughts are on this. Is that correct, President Peterson?
I think that's correct. And I also think, again, maybe the 14th is, it's only a week into it, so you'll only know so much, but maybe periodic superintendent reports. And when you do think you have a good estimate of a timeline because you've moved far enough in the process, I think that's something that not only the board, the staff, the students, the parents, the entire community would look forward to. Again, we're not asking for a timeline immediately, but we are asking you to start thinking about and working at a timeline. And as soon as you could give us an estimate, again, start the work, move forward, do it diligently, do it quickly, but not quickly enough that we don't get it right.
I do want to just jump in before Mary jumps in, just to remind us that we are in agenda planning session too. And I think we're getting a little bit too deep in our discussion. This has to be noticed to our public for us to have this kind of deep discussion. But I think we're capturing the highlight, which is that we're anticipating a need for some kind of direction to the superintendent to begin exploring the possibility of a optional type mask procedure, and that would allow him the time to do the analysis as well as a feasibility study, is kind of what we're suggesting that resolution that I'm assuming, Mike, you're going to be drafting here at the midnight hour, that's going to be the topic for Tuesday. So I just want to be careful that we stick with topics, and then I'm going to let Mary jump in.
Can you hear me now? Yes, thank you. I was going to, and thank you, Director Ray, for refocusing our attention on the purpose of this meeting, which is to set the agenda and not to have, specific discussions regarding the topics related to the agenda. Additionally, I want to remind folks that we do have a third group of agenda items for the December 14th meeting, and that relates to the waiver requests that have been made by our charter schools with respect to the waiver of board policy JLCC for 4 of our charter schools, and then policy, I believe it's ABD, our equity policy. And those will be, the presentation was made to the Board of Education at, I believe, the last regularly scheduled board meeting on or about October the 26th, if I remember correctly. And so this is the expiration of 30 days has passed since the board considered that or was presented with that information, and the next regularly scheduled board meeting after that meeting is on December 14th, which is what is the agreed upon date for consideration of those waiver requests pursuant to our charter contracts with these charter schools. So that will take some time for us to consider those waiver requests at that meeting. So I don't want us to diminish the amount of time that will be needed, because that will also be something that we need to consider at that meeting.
And Mary, if I may, and that may be an appropriate topic for December 7th as a study topic, because I think, Mary, what this board has not, well, certainly this board, but the 3 of us including, have not gotten a lot of process information about when a waiver request is presented, what processes do we go through, what are the things we're supposed to consider in order to come to a decision on those waiver requests. So that might be an appropriate topic on the 7th to prepare us for the process strictly, and then get us ready for the 14th to actually rule.
Yeah, I think I would agree that that's an appropriate kind of series of preparations for consideration of that topic. And I believe Director Mosher could come, our charter school choice programming director could come and provide some background again for this newly constituted board with respect to the process for consideration of waiver requests.
I know my own boundaries. I cannot do charter waiver work session, acquisition of CU South, JLCC revision, and a resolution to change the mask policy in the 4 hours of public comment that's going to come with that.
And I apologize, it's part of my blood. But I wonder, I guess my first question is, have we brainstormed all the possible topics between the 7th and the 14th? Was going to be my question first, before we start prioritizing.
No, and I was going to say, let me get through another laundry list, and some of these I think will make the cut for the 7th, and we'll all talk about that. Some of these will make the cut for the 14th, and some of these may get punted, again, based on the, perceived group urgency and things. I just want to get the whole list out there, and then let's slice and dice. So let me just quickly move through a couple other topics so we can decide where they belong sequentially. One, and this was based on last night's, and we got some good input about legal counsel and how that works and everything. And one of the things we'd like to, I believe, put forward, and I don't know if it's a resolution or a motion, I'll accept some input on that, is retaining additional outside school board counsel. So this is, for folks that are listening, this would be a counsel, this would be a lawyer that would report only to the board for board-specific matters where we want more than one opinion, or it is a uniquely board-specific function. This is different from the role that Mrs. Clemish provides as the district counsel. And so we would look at a resolution retaining outside counsel, and everybody's like, well, who are you talking about? The person that we would like to retain is Will Trackman, and if you guys know the name, he is the former counsel that held Mrs. Clemish's position back, I believe it was 2016, 2017, and he's spent the last 4 years working at the Department of Education in the Office of Civil Rights, working on, funny enough, school board issues for the administration during that time. So very well versed in DCSD, very well versed in education, and we believe would be an important voice for the board. So again, that one hopefully is not a time consumer. That would just be some, and again, I don't know, would that be a resolution? Would that be a motion? How would we properly put that on an agenda?
I think it's just an administrative decision, Mike, of just including him as on a retainer more than anything else. I don't think it needs, I mean, I don't, maybe I'm misunderstanding. I don't think you're saying that you want a full-time attorney just for the board, but I think it's topical type things where you may think or feel it's unique, and that Ms. Clemish may not necessarily be able to guide the board for that particular topic because it's maybe a kind of a conflict of interest between the board and staff, or something of that nature, I think is what you're after. But I think it's just as simple as acknowledging that that individual would be on retainer should we need his
That's
counsel.
exactly it. This is not a replacement. This is an additional retainer, and whatever we have to do administratively or contract-wise, whether the board needs to vote on that, whether it's a motion, how would we put that on the agenda is, I guess, the question I'm looking for from a procedural matter.
I mean, I've not seen us needing to approve resources that we put on a retainer. I think that's just administrative kind of exercise that's done administratively.
Okay, so is that even done in a board meeting, or is that just? No. Okay, then, boy, we just saved one item. Awesome. And then the last package, and this is probably the most controversial, and I'll say it, so listen to all three. A repeal of ADB, the Educational Equity Policy. The second, and immediately coupled to that, is a resolution directing a replacement of ADB. And before we, again, I know this is not the actual session, it's just agenda planning, but people are probably wondering why. Very quickly, the intent is to keep the goodness because of the imprecision in a lot of the language, specifically the word equity and some others, to direct the superintendent to keep all the valuable, useful things that people have, I believe the center of all people have wanted around balance, inclusion, diversity, educational opportunity, but direct a replacement policy that also specifically calls out what is undesirable and to prevent the trip from academics into activism of any extreme political side. So it would basically be a reset on the educational equity policy, which I think would just be easier to do through a repeal and a directed replacement, again, for the superintendent and his staff to begin the work with some guidance and some intent from the board. And this is one that I know this is a slow burning fire. So again, putting that on the 7th or the 14th, you know, we can talk about when is appropriate, what's the priority, what's the need, but we believe there is an absolute expectation to address some aspects of the curriculum around divisive elements, which may have the potential or may be occurring in the district.
What was the third part of that? I just got repeal and replacement. You
I'm
said
sorry,
listen for all
repeal and
three.
replace ADB, and then coupled with that is a resolution directing a replacement policy to take its place with some intent of what should be included, basically in a reset of the educational equity policy and initiative. Other director comments? There you go.
I think at this point that it's just important that we go ahead and call a meeting for December 7th. And maybe we choose our priorities that we want to put on there, but I think number one, as being what we were voted in and being honorable to the people that voted us in, we need to make sure that they see that we are stepping up and doing something for their community that have asked us. So that's why we wanted to start right now with our resolution to our mask mandate, our ADB policy, and retention of will. And I think probably December 7th, maybe those are the only 3 items that we can handle. That's a lot.
We have to do CU South on that day. CU South, and Mike wanted to make sure we had public comment for that, and that's going, I mean, just probably an hour of public comment for CU South and 30 minutes of discussion.
Yeah, and I am listening to the other directors here. This is a massive sandwich of stuff, and even spreading it across the 7th and the 14th is a massive sandwich of stuff. Again, balancing it with
months of work.
Yeah, we want to start the work. Again, this is not doing the work, putting a period on it, putting a bow. These are both, when we talk masking, we talk looking at educational equity revision, these are both to get the work started, and the work will take some time. So that's, I believe, it on the agenda. That's a lot of stuff. So just to recap, and then let's talk about how we slice and dice and priority this stuff. Prioritize. What I hear is we have CU South disposition. We have a study around the waiver process, study session around the waiver request process. We have the actual waiver requests themselves to dispose of no later than the 14th. We have JLCC first reading and or second reading and a vote, coupled with a resolution around masking, and then we have a repeal of ADB coupled with a resolution for a replacement. And the question is, and sorry, I almost forgot, we have the already scheduled compensation of end-of-year finance items to deal with on the 14th. So that is more, my personal opinion, and we can have others comment, that is more than 2 meetings worth of work. So some things are going to have to get moved. Some things have very specific timelines and legal things that we need to meet. So maybe with that, let's open up what we think should be on the 7th, what we think should be on the 14th, and based on priorities and just realistic workload, and not just the meetings, but on the staff, what things we should move to a later date.
Quick question, just for clarification purposes. I think what I might be envisioning is how we have operated in the past, and I'm thinking that you may have a different vision for this. So when we passed the equity policy, we incorporated our equity committee. We had multiple people come in and speak, and the committee spent months and months and months going over the actual language of that policy. I guess that's what I'm picturing trying to do again before December 14th, and I know that's not a possible thing. You're basically just saying, pitch this, start over, like you're just wanting to pass a resolution.
We're basically
throw this out and start over?
Procedurally saying, let's do a reset on this, let's keep the good, doesn't exist right now, let's put some boundaries around and define explicitly the undesirable elements. Personal opinion, I think to be honest, if you read the current policy, there's a lot of goodness in there. I believe the implementation, and I'll say the words, Gemini Group got way out of alignment, and there was not a snapback to some of the original intent. So around some of the language, maybe let's get back to a reset. And again, this is not throwing out the baby with the bathwater. This is in fact the attempt to keep the good, find the common ground that the whole community, and again, it's a start the work. So and in fact, what I believe would be, again, we don't want to get too much in the resolutions, but to answer your question, I don't see this as a debanding of the educational equity or the equity advisory council. I see this as a repurposing of keeping that membership, maybe even expanding it and saying, hey, let's reset on this, but let's move forward with the goodness. So again, don't mistake this for a ban. This is a replacement.
Last thing I will say, and then I know I'm just along for the ride here, and whatever you guys choose to do, if we work until 3 a.m., we work until 3 a.m. But I have heard all four of you say multiple times how important it is to have community voice and transparency. And yes, there has been a large voice coming at us asking for change, but I just want you to recognize that there are other people who are still very much in favor of things, who are going to want to voice their opinions. And I just want to make sure you guys are true to your word that you are going to listen to people, because this does not give people time to come in and speak. And you will have opposition to revoking the equity policy. There's going to be a lot of people who want to have their opinions heard. And I just want to make sure you're willing to listen to everybody's opinions, not just those that support you.
Yeah, yes, we do, and we expect to have a lot of public comment around that whenever we schedule that, right? Again, we'll work on that in a second. But again, it's to begin the work, and those voices aren't a one-time shot at a public comment before, some major action is taken. This is, again, directing the superintendent to start the work with some intent, and for him to work with all those voices on all sides of this, to in fact include more voices in that conversation, again, to keep the council intact, possibly add even more voices to it, and find the common ground. So again, this is a slow burn. I don't expect this thing I expect to extend well into next year, this work around what we're currently calling equity, but may have a different name. And again, it's an attempt to keep the valuable, common, desired stuff there, but also to, frankly, prevent us from slipping into things that are undesirable, that everyone agrees are undesirable. So this is not a one-time comment, to your point. This is, in fact, an intent to include more voices, and in fact, to have the superintendent over time honor, respect, and listen to all those voices. So in fact, we are trying, by doing this, to keep to our word and to our promises about inclusion of all voices in the conversation. But thank you for the question.
So I just wonder why you would repeal it without replacing it immediately with something when you have board committees. This went, because I'm the board member that sat there and said, have we gotten enough input yet? No, equity group, we need more input. And I think I probably annoyed the equity group because I said we need more input. It went before the District Accountability Committee. It went before every single committee. It solicited lots of feedback. The waiver request that we heard a month ago or whatever, the only concern was one word in it that was mentioned to us. And so what I'm hearing you say is we should just throw it all out, but we're not saying we don't care about equity. We just need to throw out this policy that all of these people have worked on, input. Christy, you sat on the DAC. It was before the DAC multiple times. I never heard you once mention a concern. And I know we're not supposed to be debating this right now. I'm just trying to give you a reality check. Like, really? The message that this is sending to our community is that we don't care about all of the other input that happened, and we'll get to it later. And I just think we are going to have a reaction from the community. And the message you're sending is that you really don't believe in it, or you would take the time to work towards something and show the community that you want to make revisions to something and you want to improve it. You don't just throw it away and say, we'll get to it.
I just want you saying the word equity is what they had the issue with, because that honestly is what a lot of people have an issue with, because that word has become tarnished and misinterpreted. And I don't disagree with a lot of what other people interpret it as, but there needs to be a change, because it's allowing for some things that I hear here and there, and it may be anecdotal, but it's still allowing for some things that are concerning. So that's why we want to put it on the agenda, and it doesn't necessarily have to be the 7th, I agree, but eventually I want it on the agenda.
With all due respect to all of you regarding this discussion, I think we need to move to the purpose of this meeting. move to the purpose of this meeting, which is to really get our agenda together and not to discuss the subject matter of those items on the agenda.
Yeah.
The other thing I want to remind all of you about is that December 14th meeting, that is the date when we absolutely need to consider the charter school waiver requests. So it's not discretionary by that date. It needs to be on that date. And the levy, the mill levy as well. Both of those things must be on that date.
Yeah, and we will move back, but I think based on that last comment, I'd like one last response. I think that's a mischaracterization. If you would listen, we are not throwing it out. We are resetting it. In fact, we're asking to build upon that work. We're not taking it, scrapping it. We are saying we would like to start with a reset, take all that good work, all the input that's done, take the committee that exists, build upon it, add to it, and really capture again, keep the goodness. There's a lot of good work done. Keep that. We want to go away from certain other things and put some boundaries around it. And the last comment I'll say is, I appreciate the work that was done. I appreciate the voices, but in implementation, I believe it has been so far, we have heard, and we have heard in public comment again and again and again, that something about this policy is not working in implementation, and it is not aligning with the well-intentioned intent of the policy. So I believe giving this reset, again, back to Director Hansen and with deference to Director Meek, is the right way to go to actually bring the community together, to identify the common and build things with more voices together. So again, don't mistake this as an attack on the work, an attack on equity. We want to keep the good parts of the work, but put some guardrails around things that I have heard again and again with public comment where I don't believe it's working. And with that, let's move back and honor Ms. Clemish and the time here.
Yes, Mike, can we move forward with the meeting for December 7th, get the agenda items on, and let's honor people's time tonight, and let's do that.
Yeah, let's do that because, so again, we have the list. I think we've defined the list of all the things that we're looking to do over the next series of meetings. And if we can just start defining with the 7th things that must occur on the 7th due to timelines, and then maybe add 1 or 2 more things to that that we think fits within the scope of allowable public comment, allowable staff work to prep for that, and getting things started, then we'll move to the 14th, and then anything else that is left over, we will just push out to whenever the next meeting is. So what I have understood from Council Clemish is that we must do at least the pending acquisition of CU South motion to vote on the 7th, and I don't think there's any disagreement there.
It's not that it needs to be done, but if this collective board wants to take action or extend their voice with respect to that purchase, then it needs to be done on the 7th of December.
Okay, are there any director comments for not putting that on the 7th? Okay. The next thing I think we would like to do is at least a first reading of JLCC on the 7th. And if we want to do a second reading, that would be on the 14th in a vote. The other option is, of course, to do a single reading because it is allowable and it's a revision. Realize, I think most of the comments will actually come around a resolution. That would also be a proposal for the 7th of packaging a first reading of JLCC and a resolution on masking. And maybe the only other thing, and this would still tightly pack the 7th, would be a study on the waiver request process in order to support having the waiver request on the 14th. So really the proposition for the board is to put CU South JLCC first reading, resolution around masking and COVID mitigation, and study around the waiver request process on the 7th. Does anybody have comments on that? Think it's realistic in terms of scope? And I see Director Myers wants to make a comment.
Do we at that time need to put on to retain will? Is it, we don't have, okay.
So to your question, Mike, I would just again say, I think it's premature to consider revisions to a policy that, when there's moving targets still in terms of what health agency is. I would support a resolution that would direct the superintendent to begin an analysis, a feasibility study on what our next steps might be with masking. But again, I would just advocate that I think it's premature to do a revision when we'll have to turn around a couple of weeks later and possibly do another revision because they've contracted out with somebody else. So that would be my only hesitance about putting JLCC as a revision. I'm sorry, Christy, I know you're talking over there.
I was just gonna say that I totally agree, and I just think we just need to get out of the discussion portion of talking about these things and just say, we can discuss it at next week's meeting. We just need to get an agenda put together.
Okay. So I respect Director Ray's comments. I think because it's a first reading and we will have a second reading, I think I'd like to keep it on there as appropriate. If we were going to do a first reading and a vote, I would say maybe not yet, but let's do a first reading and put that and limit the agenda for the 7th to those items. Obviously, we owe Council Clemish a resolution and wording to review so it can get staffed up prior to that. That leaves for the 14th, what I understand the mandatory items are the waiver requests because of timing, that the end of the year finance and mill levy is an absolute must on that as well. And we already have a scheduled compensation item as well. If we limit it to that, so go ahead.
And just for clarification, the charter renewals typically come up in December, and there will be presentations from each of the charter schools with respect to their proposed charter renewals. And then soon, the first meeting in January typically is when there'll need to be action taken on whether or not those renewals will be honored in order to meet the timeline requirements contained within the contracts and otherwise.
For the sake of time, I just request that we move the ADB policy work into January so that we have adequate time on the 14th to address our charter schools.
Absolutely agree.
From the Operations and Maintenance Department, IGAs sometimes fall into that, and those are yearly renewals of IGAs, things like that. But we will have at least 5 consent agenda items.
You could do the charter waiver study during the 5 to 6 p.m. because it could be a study session.
The other thing that we may also need on December 14th, and we don't always know, but we reserve the right to have the opportunity for an executive session to, if there is a need, to consult with legal counsel. So there may be the possibility that we will need to have an executive session scheduled after the meeting, or it could be before the meeting, to consult with legal counsel on either pending litigation or some other matters as well.
And I would just add too, Becky brought up a good point, or reminded me too, Mike, a strategy might be to put that charter waiver process piece on our 5 o'clock before on the 14th. So that would pull it off of the 7th, put it on the 14th at 5 o'clock with our dinner session, and then we can do the charter waivers formally during the 6 o'clock meeting.
Just a quick comment to Becky. We also, I don't do my best thinking at midnight either, but we have, previous board had decided that we wanted to have public comment before we took action on any items. And by starting at 5 o'clock, we allow working families to participate in that meeting. So just something to consider. I know that public voice is important to you.
I think those are all good comments. So what I'm hearing, just so we can document this and move forward, back to the 7th, just the pending acquisition of CU South, JLCC first reading, and the resolution around the masking, that'll be enough. Trust me, public comment will be full. Then we move to 5 o'clock prior to the meeting in a dedicated study session, the study for the waiver request process. In regular session, we address waiver requests, the charter renewals, compensation, the finance around the mill levy issue, and we also leave time for any consent agenda items on there. And we also program in a space for executive session as needed. I think we got that all right. And I apologize for the inefficiency of this planning as we go through the first time and with the load of stuff. Yes.
Make a suggestion for consideration at the December 14th meeting, and that is that since you'll also be looking at the charter renewal process for the first time at that meeting, that work session might be an opportunity. I don't know, but there may be enough time to actually have our choice programming department make a presentation on both of those topics, because that might be a sequence to assist this new board with understanding how the process works.
Agreed. I think that's an excellent idea. Are we finished with the agenda planning?
Just having placeholders for exec session. I don't think we got that. So making sure we have a placeholder for exec session at the end of the 14th meeting. Do we need an exec session placeholder for the 7th?
I don't believe we need one on the 7th. Okay. Oh, I just have one other thing that I want to point out with respect to special meetings. The special meetings under our board policy, there are specific requirements for certain notice provisions whenever a special meeting is held. And special meetings of the board can be called by the president at any time, and they shall be called by the president when there's a written request of at least 3 of the board members under our policy. In addition to that, the secretary of the board must cause written notice of any special meeting to be made to each board member at least 72 hours in advance. So even though we've all been here this evening and we all know the meeting is going to occur, there still is this policy requirement that there should be a written notice that can be effectuated, I believe, by email to the rest of the board members. So any questions in that regard, but there is a board policy in place with respect to how meetings are scheduled. And since this is a special meeting of the board, those policy requirements are followed.
Director Myers, do you have any questions about that? Yeah. Secretary Myers?
So is that something I work with Kelly and Sandy with, or?
That's a Sandy. Sandy will take care of the notifications.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. You just get to respond to all those emails. We figure that's enough.
All right, excellent. And without any further comments on agenda planning, we have community engagement with the board scheduled as the next topic. And then after that, we have an executive session period scheduled. Community engagement with the board is, by other words, we plan to discuss the conduct of public comment, really, and then any other means. And I see Ms. Duvall's hand. Yes, ma'am. That's an excellent question. Do we believe that this is effectively accomplished agenda planning for the next 2 meetings, and is that allowable, or do we need to have another?
We can be prepared for the 14th with that being said. So I think what we can do is create the ESB. If there's minor tweaks, we can. But what I'd say is, are you comfortable with these topics? We have them listed. Director Myers, Thursday, working with Sandy will be your 72 hours. So as you start working back with her to help you on that side, Kelly, Sandy, we can connect you. She's listening, but we can connect you for that notice. Okay. So I Kelly and Sandy to make sure we put on ESB for the funding for that, and we'll go from there.
The only thing that I'd want us all to recognize is that there's always the potential for additional action items to be placed on the consent agenda. And so depending upon what kinds of operational needs might exist or come up, there's always that potential.
Understood, thank you. So what I heard for folks that may not have heard remotely, director-wise, or superintendent-wise, basically said, yes, we feel we're comfortable having accomplished agenda planning for both the 7th and the 14th, with the exception of any additional consent agenda items that may arise, as usual.
And last thing, we have noted planning for the 11th that we'll keep on there. We can do a formal agenda setting for the 11th. We have ideas or some topics along with what else might be on there.
Okay, and we've noted planning for the 11th, but we will probably require a separate agenda planning for January 11th. So just for folks there. So moving in quickly and to the next thing, which is community engagement, which is really, we're talking, I think, two things here. We're talking the conduct of public comment, and the reason we wanted to do this today is because we are going to have our first public comment under the new board here on the 7th. So we wanted it to be clear for the board, for our SROs and security people that may be here, what some expectations are for the cabinet members and all those folks. And more importantly, we wanted to have very clear expectations for the public that's attending to make public comment, what the expectations are. So the first of the two things is public comment and the conduct of public comment. And the second item is general community engagement. That is also covered by some of the policies that are attached to this item, and talk about if there's any general ideas for changes that may need to be made in the future for how we conduct general public comment, whether it's update to policies or just new things that we bring in there. So with that,
and just to remind, we kind of have a fine line between when we start talking about security protocol and when we talk about just basic public comment conduct. So I'm going to ask Mary to really hold us tight, that if we are starting to encroach in the need to move into executive session, that you flag us. Just we want to be cautious. And then we welcome to the table Andy Abner and Johnny Grusing, our Director of Security.
I also want to add that we have our Director of Security here, as well as Deputy Superintendent Abner. And I leave it to their discretion as well to ensure that we are protecting the security interests of the district by not disclosing specifics of special security concerns that we have noticed up for discussions in executive session. And the board certainly is entitled under our open meetings law to go into executive session to preserve the integrity of our security programming in the event that they feel that disclosure in a public forum would be inappropriate to the interests of the district.
right. And just to remind everyone, we have the final item on the schedule for tonight is executive session. The original intent of that was to enter into executive session for discussion of any confidentiality associated with the real estate purchases. We also could enter into executive session to discuss specific security matters, which is also allowed. So we can move into executive session for one or both of those reasons as required. So with that, I'd just like to open up, and I'd actually like to start with Director Ray, because he, as the previous president of the board, set a lot of the rules. And for folks following along at home, there's a lot of attachments to this specific item, a lot of policies. We have KE, board policy KE, which covers public complaints. We have board file KBB, which is the current parent and family engagement policy. We have board file BEDH, which is public participation at school board meetings. And we also have the superintendent's file, KFAA, which covers broad public conduct on school policy. And I believe all of these have been referenced or have been used to guide the conduct of public comment. One of the things I'll call attention to and then turn it over to Director Ray for some of his comments is, as the president of the board, one of the duties is to preside over public comment, to recognize speakers, to control the amount of time, and basically be as the president of the board to supervise that meeting and set the expectations and a lot of the rules. So a lot of people saw some recent changes in public comment over the last couple of meetings. They were not voted on by the board because it is given the discretion of the president of the board to set some of those items and rules around public comment. So with that, I'd like to turn over to Director Ray, and what I'd like him to indicate is what he believes the intent of public comment is, the objectives, and to frankly give him a chance to explain some of the objectives he was trying to achieve, because I think they were very well intentioned. I think some of the issues people have was how we achieved those objectives. But just to get an idea from the previous president of the board who has experience with this, where we are in the state of public comment.
That's a tall order. I had no idea that you were going to ask me to talk about that in particular, but I mean, I think our policies drive the intent of public comment, and we say it from the very get-go that we value the diverse opinions of our constituents, and so we start out with that every single time. I think we have tried to make sure that we're consistent and fair in terms of how we treat public commenters. And so that's what we have really had to work harder on because of the conduct of some of our audience members. We want to make sure that anybody that walks up to the podium has an equal opportunity to express themselves without any fear, without intimidation, with respect, regardless of what their perspective is. And so when you get into a public comment setting where it's very emotionally charged, you have to be even more consistent, if you will, with some of the guidelines. And so I think the things that we have done successfully is said, you know, when the timer goes off, we need comments to stop. And the reason for that is because if you don't do that for one person, then another person will say, well, you're being biased by allowing that person to have 20 more seconds and not me. So I think we've had to become much more, or I've had to become much more rigid in some of those consistent kinds of parameters to ensure that every commenter that comes to the podium feels respected. I think the other things that we've had to work with certainly is with our security staff to make sure they feel comfortable with the conduct in the room. And so they have certainly done a tremendous job at developing some protocols around what that should look like and making sure the public's very clear when they enter this room, these are the expectations for your conduct, because you're right, we have a policy that talks about public conduct on school property that we do want to adhere to. So I think the combination of making more clear about those expectations, as well as me presiding in a much more consistent manner in terms of the 3-minute rule, are probably the biggest changes. But the overall goal is to hear from as many people as possible. And like you alluded to earlier, Mike, we do adjust the individual time because we want to make sure that everybody gets a chance to speak. So if we have 100 public commenters signed up, you know, we might adjust that to a 2-minute time limit instead of a 3-minute time limit, just so we can ensure that everybody has a chance to speak before it turns midnight for the next day. So those are the things that I can recall, but I think all of us on the dais really value that time to hear from our public. And we certainly value freedom of expression too, so you will never see us silence someone because of their content that they're speaking. The only time we ever cut somebody off is if they've reached their time limit. So I'm open to questions, though, if you have other wonderings.
To consider. As we bring up topics, superintendent reports, sharing some information, trying to share before public comment is trying to help give more information to be able to hopefully answer or clarify some of it. The other piece I want to just make everyone aware as you think. We oftentimes have school people, guests coming to the board meeting. I will say this, I think we have to be attentive of our staff and also those guests that if they're here to present, we have had times in the past where they are here until 11:30, 12 o'clock at night before they can even present. So I also want to say we're trying to represent and be courteous and all that to all people. So I just want you to know as we think about timing of public comment and the other atmosphere. The other thing I also want to share is superintendent to go to Deputy Soup oversees security and Director Grussing with security. It's our job to help you have the board meeting that presents itself where we always want to ensure freedom of speech, but also how you present the actions, and we have a consistent expectation where we know what we can do well to present that. You can't always predict behaviors, and we don't want to limit that, but we also want to make it where when you say safe, that each of you and everybody in the room has a feeling that they can be there and can, no matter what they say, sides, differences, commonality, that there's a comfort level. So when we talk about safety, it's not just physical safety, everything else. There's a number of things that we go through that. So I think in that side of understanding what behaviors don't conduct business and it takes away from the business. I will say this, as president, what I observed, and part of the reason to try to say, if these are the clarifications, how can we put actions to help, is as you're running a meeting, what is it that you can observe and actually address, and also where you have other board members doing points of call, clarity of expectation, clarity of understanding, how we work with people even in conflict. It's important that as we go and address it, we talked about is that we ask first. We notify of what behaviors may or may not be conducive to a public professional meeting, conducting business, and to help you do that. But I also want to make sure of the ways we can address actions to be more effective is making sure that our security, who is our staff, knows. And then when we get to law enforcement, because law enforcement, they're spending extra time, and we need to depend on them. But I also think we've put them in different situations that there's mixed messages. And that's a result of my ability to make sure that we're clear. And honestly, it's to de-escalate. It's to create the culture and climate and the environment that we want to have. The last thing I'd say on these topics that I didn't hear, in my perspective, we've had protests. We've had protests at schools. We've had protests here at Wilcox. The ability to have people on our properties and supervise it well, maintain safety where you cannot see everything. That's part of the last piece of the protocol of when we have protests, and everybody's been really great. We go out and talk and ask, and it's at the sidewalk and beyond where it's not really our property. But when it's on and we look at parking lots, and that's where it gets into some of the times of, say, tents or tailgating, that to be able to supervise and ask law enforcement, say, when do you dress, when do you not, what's appropriate. I think each of those goes to the ability to be so clear of each and every action. How do we do that well? So I think as you talk about all those, I think those are probably the biggest topics that come up. There's probably not one perfect answer, but I also would say on that side that as a staff standpoint, to effectively work through it, because that's our job with your policies to then be able to implement, to be able to do that well, and also make sure we have the people that can do it and the willingness to do it, because I think when you look at law enforcement, they go into each and every situation with an unpredictable set of circumstance, and we really want to help, especially those that are guests coming in, to be able to work through that well. So I just want to clarify a few topics that I see from afar, especially in the time frame that we've had. Good.
Where I think I'd like to go with this discussion is I'd like to get lots of directors' input around first, other than freedom of expression, which I think we all agree. We want to hear, and it says it. I mean, if you look, I know this, we're not talking about public comment being the public complaint process, but since it was included here, the very first sentence, and I'll quote, and I'm reading from Board File KE, constructive criticism motivated by a sincere desire to improve the quality of the educational program or to equip schools to do their tasks more effectively is welcomed by the Board of Education. I think that's a great macro statement. Now, granted, this is the complaint process, but public comment often involves grievances, things that people don't think are going right. Very often it's criticism. In fact, very often it's criticism, and sometimes that criticism doesn't come with a recommendation or a solution, which would be helpful. But I think that's something we all would agree to value as a board, and again, it's part of our policy. So moving beyond being able to have the public express itself, what are some other outcomes that we want? And maybe I'll start with asking the directors to, what do they consider to be public comment? Is it just the person standing at the podium and they're allowed a lot of time? Is public comment extended to include reactions to the speaker, whether it's approval, applause, whether it's disapproval? Now we can talk about that in a second. Whether it's other gestures, specifically we've cited flag waving or hand waving or standing, and various things that have been used. And frankly, I went back and I've looked at board meetings, not just this year, and I've attended a lot of board meetings. I've looked at board meetings specifically from years ago, from the split boards. And frankly, and I'll just say it out loud, there has been some disrespectful behavior by folks on all sides of the political spectrum. And I think, before I turn it over to comments by the other directors, I think what we'd like to see is a balance between free speech, and this is going to sound sappy, and some people are going to roll their eyes, as guaranteed by the First Amendment, right? Peaceful assembly, addressing government or grievances, whether that's the school board or not. That's something we absolutely need to encourage. I mean, we stood up here yesterday and all raised our hand and pledged oaths to the Constitution. So let's do the First Amendment thing. Also, let's balance it with the role of what we do here. Let's honor and respect the board. Let's respect our superintendent. Let's respect our cabinet. Let's respect the other speakers that have other opposing views from ours. This is about the conduct of business in a meeting. And I think if we discuss this and we come up with some clarity, and I appreciate that from Director Ray, we want to have clear, concise rules about expectations, but I believe the objectives are balancing free speech and expression, even critical speech, especially critical speech, because that's how we learn and get better. But balance that with the conduct of business and what needs to occur during the time here. And the third thing, and I believe this is a separate subject, and after we hear from directors, I'd really want to hear from our deputy and specifically our director of security. When do we move from what is uncomfortable speech into something that now truly is an unsafe environment? I'm not talking psychologically unsafe in terms of a safe space or you may be offended or something. I'm talking about when we transition from a public comment to an actual security issue. And again, we want to respect executive session. We don't want to go into specific criteria and responses, but I would like to hear from our director of security if he feels comfortable, or we need to maybe in executive session make it absolutely clear for our law enforcement personnel, for anybody that has concerns, if a meeting should transition from its purpose to something that could go into a security issue, and if we have appropriate public comment rules and expectations to prevent that from happening. And with that, I'll open it up to the other directors to give us their views on what we're trying to achieve, any recommendations that we could put in, and what they believe the rules should be around public comment that we can communicate to people that are making public comment.
For me, it's whatever the extent of our security officers feel is appropriate, because they're the ones who will ultimately de-escalate anything that gets out of hand. And I'm not sure what their comfort levels are, so that's where I'm at, is where they stand.
What you just expressed is what I was asking Mr. Grustin. I think same thing. What's your comfort level? Where are you confused or you're not? Do you know? And honestly, I wouldn't mind putting you on the spot. You've been here many times. Have you had concerns if you aren't sure what to do, when, and how? And so I'd say let's start over here with staff, because I think that's most important, because that's the one thing we control a little bit more. But I also want to make sure of is in each of it, even have our own security staff here. They're electing and taking on extra hours. And when you look at law enforcement, electing on taking extra hours. I just want to make sure that we can paint a clear of what does cross the line, what instigate do we know, and it's okay to say where have been your unknowns and confusion on it, because I think that's a clear piece.
Yeah, I'll open it up. So I feel like there was not a clear line. And that's one of the reasons that you see the protocol and that protocol that began 1 or 2 months ago, whenever we started that. I'm sorry, I lost track. But there was not a clear line. And what I was getting was constant questions from our sheriff's deputies, our partners in law enforcement, and also our security, like, hey, are we doing this? Are we doing this? Or what are we doing here? We saw escalation of behaviors, quite frankly. With assembly downstairs during the board meeting, we had multiple escalations. And as we know, those words and those heated words can turn into violence. And so we don't want any violence to occur on any of our campuses and our buildings or anything like that. If we can do things to prevent that from occurring, we want to make sure that that doesn't happen. We also want to maintain decorum in the boardroom. And it was very difficult to try to decide what's acceptable, what's not acceptable, what are we acting on, what not. And there was a time when we were, directed to go and address staff, or as staff address folks in the crowd, and the line wasn't clear for us then. So those protocols were developed, and the line in the protocol, and keep in mind this protocol that we've developed, it's successful, but I also understand that people feel like it's hindering their First Amendment rights. I heard that loud and clear through public comment. I hear all the same things. You probably hear it a little bit more, but I hear it through public comment and emails and things like that. But the goal is to allow a peaceful meeting to take place where the business of the board can take place. So the line that was essentially drawn was that people, these are our rules, these are our protocols for our meeting. People will be warned, and then after a warning, we would ask our sheriff's deputy to remove that person. That's where the line is currently. Okay, so we're open to feedback. Johnny and I are both open to feedback. We're open to taking suggestions and making revisions based on what people feel we should allow in a board meeting to occur. Keep in mind, our intent behind all of this is to provide all of you a productive and a safe meeting. That's the goal. And at the same time, yeah, I'm going to stop there because I don't want to get into too much detail about where we're here for you, for each and every one of you, and for the public, the stakeholders, our staff that's here, everybody. We're here to ensure safety to the greatest extent possible.
So, well, here's my welcome. Thank you. Yeah, I started on August 2nd, and for the first 3 months, myself and 2 area managers went from school to school. I think we visited, or I tried to visit all 90-some schools and speak with the different principals. And it's something that we spoke about with even staff. My wife works here in the district as well, is in 25 years with the FBI, we could never predict violence. We could try to prevent it. And so it's pretty much common sense working with the Sheriff's Department and people like, Deputy Director Abner and Superintendent Wise, who have been in a lot of these. My first one was the last one, sat near you at the back. And yeah, people do get stirred up. But from what I hear from the Sheriff's Department, the protests are peaceful. They're very polite, and they will call ahead of time and talk it out with us or with the Sheriff's Department. So yeah, I'm here and I'm ready to listen to what you guys think would be a balance maybe to where you see the policy that, and I helped Andy draft this to try to keep everybody safe here. But I don't really have anything to compare it to on what you would like it to be. It was interesting to attend the first one, and I'm happy to, I'm happy to listen and craft it around whatever you guys think would be a balance between the two.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I think a lot of boards will think public comment is public engagement. And when there aren't public engagement opportunities, people are coming to public comment, right? And I think the public doesn't understand it's not a public forum. You're conducting the board's business. I mean, our job is to conduct our business and vote and hear from the public. if you're looking for engagement, like back and forth, a board meeting isn't the right location for that. And I just want to thank Director Ray for managing public comment during the most complex and controversial time where well-funded groups put out guidelines how to take over your board. Here are the directions. Come, I can send you the booklet. Creating intentional chaos. And so my goal would be to have public comment where it would be conducted like you were in a classroom. Any student should be able to stand up, respectfully talk, and not be bullied for what they're saying. And I've seen a lot of bullying happen. And that's the safe and welcoming environment that I think we're talking about, like wanting to have. And so I think there are policies in place, and we're almost an hour over our agenda and we still have executive session. I'm open to hearing suggestions for changes in language, but Mike, it's going to be your job to manage it. And if you feel like there are changes that would help you manage it better or do it better, I'm more than happy to hear. I don't have any suggestions I'd throw out there right now.
Well, I definitely agree there needs to be some parameters around public comment. I mean, certainly, I don't think it's appropriate to have people being interrupted while they're trying to give public comment, regardless of if you agree or disagree with them. But I also feel like if someone wants to bring a small American flag, like I don't understand how that's hurting anybody or making someone feel unsafe. So I just think that perhaps it's just gone a little bit too far in my opinion. And so I recognize there has to be parameters, but like where's the line at?
I think in terms of flag, I mean, we just have to have something very consistent, right? Because you said small American flag, but flags, placards, all that, anything that can cause a disruption. And so sometimes it's hard to provide, we'll allow a flag this size or to be waved in this manner. I worry about what might open. So I want to be clear that no one here has ever had an issue with the American flag. That's never been brought up. The concern is more around disruption. And so any kind of sign or anything that might disrupt the environment. So just to be clear on that, that's the reason that exists.
One of the things I found in policy, and I'm looking at the superintendent's file, KFAA, which is just general public conduct on school property. I think that's really, maybe we should consider that as the baseline, right? Because I think those are all very clear. Now, some of them apply to schools, everything, of course they all do. But if you were just to apply this as a baseline to public comment as well, and just say, look, everybody, when you're coming to public comment, I don't know if we include a link to KFAA, but say, look, this is the absolute baseline. We see things in here, physical abuse or threats of harm, that's a no-go. So no threatening people, certainly no physical abuse, no damage to property, and I'm just skipping around, no unauthorized entry to the facilities, right? So you check in through the front door, you check in with the security folks, all those things like that. Don't come here, even though we have Wild Blue Yonder, and it is veteran-owned and a wonderful place. Don't come here under the influence. Don't drink. I didn't check Director Meyer's tumbler. I'm going to assume that's water. Don't use any tobacco products, open or concealed possession of weapons. And we can look. So I think this is where we go into maybe the security thing. Somebody bringing a flag in, a small flag, probably not an issue. Somebody bringing in a full-size flag on a stand with a spear tip, probably not appropriate, just because it does actually present a security threat, not because of the symbolism, because of the potential of use. So, and you look at number 15 here, of course, any conduct constituting a violation of any federal or state law, ordinance, or duly adopted policy of the district, right? So I think KFAA stands as an absolute baseline. I respect the other comments. I think when you have your time at the podium, be it 3 minutes or less, that's your time. It is not only disrespectful, it is depriving another individual of their free speech, of their rights to speak at that time. However, maybe we could work the timing and to actually have the timer go off maybe 10 seconds prior. When it goes off, you got 10 seconds to wrap it up so you get a little warning or something. I agree we cannot allow people to constantly run over or have unequal application. But I also agree with some of the other comments. This is about board conduct, so I think we should disallow people interrupting other speakers unless it's a board member, point of order, things like that, obviously. But we should also maybe allow some polite applause or approval at the end, but I would disencourage basically the bullying factor. If you disagree, then say nothing, right? We don't need booing. We certainly don't need shouting down. We don't need other things. So again, I appreciate the position Director Ray was in. Sometimes you're presiding over a meeting. Sometimes you feel like the ringmaster in a circus. We want to avoid the circus. We want to stick to the intent of public comment and expression. I also agree with what Director Meeks said. I think we need to be more clear that public comment is not engagement. We actually have a really good board file, KBB, Parent and Family Engagement, and if you read that, it really talks about participation in the SACs, in the DACs, about doing things at the individual school level as a first means of engagement. I think in future meetings, to honor the time we're already over here, we should explore possibly forums, some other things which are actually intended exchanges, and maybe discuss as a board. Maybe we can do that with some of the larger ends discussions. Talk about other means to have actual two-way dialogue engagement, because I think a lot of the public, and again, Director Meek rightfully observes, they believe that public comment is an exchange where it is not, and that's where some of the mismatch in expectations come. So maybe we as a board can do better at educating people on other opportunities or even coming up with some new ones.
Thank you. You know, the other thing I do want to point out is I think the only time that they were interrupted when speaking was when someone started to disparage another person. And that's something that I really would like to make sure that we continue to not allow, because it shouldn't be a forum for someone to come in and disparage someone else. And so I'd really like to see that upheld.
So, clarification. I don't want to get into the finite details, but I think when we say what's small flag to larger, what would be those things? I think we just need clarity of what distracts or takes away. Because there's times where when you said negative comments, it's hard for us to know, do we act? So applause of support versus do you stand up and turn around? I'll be quite honest with you. There's times where you don't worry about the violence and everything else, but does it take away from the person speaking, or is it a distraction where because we listen to this to try to really take in feedback and see. And so I think as we start to define these things, what I'd ask of, that way we can make sure we're clear with our security. There's been a few times where you know, Mr. Abner and Mrs. Hyatt moved out of their seats to be a part of that also, because you just don't have enough. We have a full room, and honestly, the mass where you aren't even sure where it's coming from, because when I'm speaking right now, you can see and notice a little bit better, but there's distractions that happen. There's a hard thing to, how do we just go and, majority of people, when you ask the first time, the behaviors change. When it happens over time, where do you get to? So I think just that clarity for us to know when to act, how to act, whether different things, what distracts, takes away. Because the freedom of speech at the podium is a guarantee, right? That's the time where you have the ability to share and be pointed, be complimentary, give feedback. But I think where we need is the defining pieces of what gets to that point, then when it starts changing in that process. So I just, just want to throw that out to help staff.
And Corey, if I could just insert and piggyback a little bit. I mean, I think for me, the filter I always use is the intimidation filter, in terms of whether someone at the podium feels intimidated. You know, and I know, like Mike, you said, well, we should be able to allow for polite applause. Well, polite applause turns into very aggressive kinds of utterances along with it, and to where the person that has a different perspective, doesn't feel like they can get up there and share because they've got all these people that are against their perspective. And I think that's what Corey is getting to, is we all have our own tolerance for what feels right to us in terms of intimidation, in terms of utterances that seem offensive. And so that's where oftentimes you just have to go to the point of saying none, because we all have our different levels of sensitivity. And bottom line is, we want the speaker to be able to come in a risk-free environment and not feel intimidated to talk to us. That's the bottom line for me. And I think that's where it gets out of control. So you allow for polite applause, then it turns into a pep rally. So then everybody wants to compete to see, okay, I'm going to applaud this person because we want to make sure that person gets even louder applause. And that's where it just continues to escalate. So I think Corey's right on, is that's the clarity they need as staff. And for me, it's easier to say none. We're going to just remain silent to respect everyone, as opposed to saying, well, no, that applause was a little too loud. Or that's not friendly. I just think that puts us into a difficult position of judgment in terms of the audience reaction. So that's.
And I'll add on to that, Director Ray, if that's okay, because I think judgment becomes the problem when we have multiple security officers and deputies who were asking if we tell them just to implement the policy. It's their judgment on what a disruption might be, what might cause a disruption, a flag versus a poster, whatever it is. And so we do need to give them very clear guidelines, so that they don't have to use judgment that your flag's okay, but your flag's not, you know what I mean? So we want to try to remove that as much as possible. So to Corey's point, to David's point, as much clarity as possible for us to provide the team would be very helpful.
And I'm not sure how this works, if there's a possibility, and the last forum that we had at Legend was actually one of the best forums that we had, because as people up in the forum, we made sure to talk to the audience and ask them, politely to just hold till the end. And I don't know if we can attempt to do something like that and just say, this is our first board meeting. I mean, we can't predict what's really going to happen the 7th. We don't know. We might see a lot of public comment. We might not. But I think going forward, we could talk about this for 2 more hours. But I think it's time that we just go ahead and we'll have maybe some, President Peterson says, we want to conduct using our best manners and for public comment tonight, and it could be volatile, but will you just hear us out? Let's hear everyone out.
Yeah, thank you, Director Myers. I completely agree, and the statements that you all made at Legend helped greatly. I think it made a big difference, and so I thank you for doing that, making those statements, and I think that could go a long way. And the thing that I would just close, or my last parting comment, is Johnny and I are open to any feedback. So if you want to email us, feel free to reach out, give us email, give us feedback, let us know what you want to do. But I would ask, when you give us the feedback, just to be as much clarity that we can give our staff as possible is really going to help them. Otherwise, we get into this kind of gray zone. They don't know what to do, so.
And I think Director Myers has another comment, but to kind of wrap this up, I think we need to, at the beginning of public comment, set the expectations of what is, are my 3 minutes up? Yeah. I think we need to set verbally the clear expectations, what the intent is, what we believe is appropriate. I think we don't expect the security folks to take cues around the conduct of the comment, people running over, people being loud, people interrupting. I believe that's the role of the president. The president is directed, in fact, to maintain that order. I think where we have serial offenders, where there's a warning, somebody that constantly interrupts and then interrupts and warning, we will direct from the dais, can we please have the individual removed? It'll be very explicit. The one point I would say that do not wait for someone from the dais to direct action or to control the meeting. Where we expect our security folks to immediately, without any direction, and we trust their instincts, is anytime they perceive that there is an actual threat, do not wait, do not hesitate. We will not second guess what you do. I understand those decisions made of myself many times. We expect you to act, and the only thing we expect you to do is to be accountable for those actions. And don't mistake me, by accountable we mean providing account of what you were thinking and why it made sense for you to take the action that you did. But we absolutely do not want you to hesitate, Johnny, anyone on your staff, anyone from the Sheriff's Department, anytime they perceive something to transition, do not take a cue. I think the thing that we will ask you to take cues for is anything that just involves the running and the conduct of normal meeting and speech. And we'll try to be directive to the individual, one warning, and then if there's an action that needs to be taken and we ask our security folks to assist in a removal or a room clear, that direction will come. And hopefully that will delineate lines, and in the most important thing, hey, if clapping gets out of control or something, that's on me. I never want security to ever be in doubt, and I want it to be very clear to the public and everyone that we expect our law enforcement people, that they are now in charge of that situation. The kind of board meeting is over at that point. So hopefully that provides a little bit of clarity in our expectations and our trust in our security folks, both our SROs, our staff, and certainly the law enforcement folks. With that, I want to honor the time. I know we didn't come to any conclusions. We will try to set clarity. The first meeting may not be right. I am open to criticism as the president in charge of conducting this from all the directors, from all the cabinets, and especially if there's anything that our security folks are worried about, please give us the criticism and tell us how we can do this better policy-wise. Any final comments on that subject before we move into the last item? Okay, I believe we need a motion on the final item.
So, yeah, I think Becky and Christy are reading my mind as well. So really, executive session is optional. It was optional for if we wanted to go into more detail about the security protocol and or if you wanted to go in more detail about the confidentiality agreement with CU South. If you don't have that need, there is no need for executive session.
That is an excellent joint suggestion. I was thinking the same thing myself. So I'll just ask first on the reason to move into executive session for anything around the real estate deal. Do any of the directors or does our council need that we believe that we need to move into executive session for that purpose?
I don't have a need to speak with the board to provide legal advice regarding any of the transaction related to the CU South transaction, unless the specific members of the board have any questions seeking legal advice. I'd be happy to move into executive session for that purpose.
No, and I honor Rich Cosgrove's pledge to put some of those materials, albeit possibly redacted, everything he can, up for review for not only the board directors, but for the public. So I do not see a need. Second question, do we believe there's any reason we need to move into an executive session portion of the meeting for security purposes for us to understand any aspects of security response or anything around security at the board meetings? Directors? Okay, with that, do we have a motion to adjourn? We don't need to? Then the meeting's over. Thank you. And thank you for your patience.